We're in.
We are in. Try to catch the countdown, but for some reason Audacity was paused, so it didn't start recording right away. But we did 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
We're in it. I have Dallas down to 75% to hope that he doesn't pique my ear as much.
Hey, sorry.
Your balls. That doesn't make any
Hello, everybody.
sense at all.
I've also moved him down to 75.
Any gosh darn sense. Hey, this is episode 50.
Fuck.
It's 50 of these.
I hope enough time has passed I can say that.
Episode 50. We kill a pirate ship.
That was going to be on this Iron Sheik.
It's only been like 30 seconds, so we'll hope. Anyway, this audio is brought to you by our patrons. Like Ivan Hart, Blackest G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV 1000, Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Robin Trevor, and Varian the Crow. Thank you so much for your support. Sorry, a little short of breath. I don't think anybody sounds like they're breathing real good today, but, you know, we're all in it. So, we begin at the beginning. Everybody rests.
Yay.
I believe it's a roll to recover shock damage, but if anybody does have any leftover shock damage, you may roll vigor.
I believe I had some leftover shock damage. I think I have like 1 in the head.
What were we fighting last time?
Bone Devils.
Right, the Bone Devils.
Ago, but you didn't actually go to sleep yet, so.
I still got
I'm not
1
injured
in the head.
for once.
Anybody else?
I'm good.
I'm injured.
Okay. So, technically that roll should happen last time because I think we described breakfast, but
yeah,
you're at breakfast. You are still camped out in a ruined farmhouse.
Woo.
There is a sailcloth, basically a tarpaulin. Something that Konrad brought that's been treated with like a pine tar or some kind of resin to make it waterproof. Yeah. So you had a roof. Good.
Good.
You guys all pack up your bedroll. It's breakfast. For breakfast, you have water, bread, venison bacon.
Could be worse.
Bacon.
Mattis probably make sure to put like maybe a little extra of your sugar ration in your morning bread. But unless one of you packed a tea caddy, that's it.
I did not pack a tea caddy.
Your water at least is still pretty fresh because you filled up all your skins yesterday from mountain spring water, and anybody willing to kill, minutes, hours, because it did drizzle overnight, could, get the drippings from the tarp. So your water skins, depending on how much you guys are hydrating, are probably not full, but you're also not out of water. Anything you guys want to bring up at breakfast time? Oh, actually, I should say, since I was speaking of that, everybody should probably be able to tell that Inos is not bleeding from his injury. He wouldn't be anyway after the healing potion, but like, your little cut on your temple has like scabbed over and stuff. But definitely like still got a scab, still got some bruising like around your temple. Yeah. So, people can tell that you've still got the damage in your brain space.
One shock.
Sorry, that's my own tired ass brain where every time I pause, somebody like coughs or sniffles. So my brain doesn't have that natural rest.
Sorry.
I
So
don't know what that first sound Dallas made was.
Nicola, to look at that, Inos.
look at what?
Well, your injury, it's still kind of lingering.
Oh, with that, Enos will, kind of touch his head, and it's like, oh, I guess it is.
Healing beam.
No, leave it be, leave it be. Like I said, I'm going to be doing some scouting today, and if it looks like I'm not all
Okay.
perfect and shiny, it's for the better.
I mean, it's also shocking. I can't actually do much about that other than give you a healing potion.
No, you can just roll healing.
Oh.
Yeah, well, Enos will,
Healing shock damage is easy. I think you can roll knowledge plus healing is, at least once a day.
I thought it was like once, was it once a day, or was it once an injury? I don't remember.
So you just have one shock in the head?
Yeah, but Enos ain't worried about it right now.
Okay,
He
I
said
will
he's
let you keep your one shock.
Do not worry, do not worry. Enos still has 2 healing potions, a panacea, and a stone skin elixir from you. Remember last time I made the joke, my fucking potion hotbar is full.
Yeah.
Luckily, you just, no matter the difficulty, you just slamming that healing potion will fix you.
Yeah.
Today's conditions, light rain.
Alrighty.
It's raining lightly, so it's a little cool. As the morning breaks, there's plenty of dew out on the plants and a little bit of fog clinging.
Actually, I don't know why I'm typing
But yes.
this. Time to
don't
bust
get
out the
the
sea cloak,
pitter-patter
the
of
sea
rain.
cloak and hat.
Yep. Not a heavy rain, but it's cooler. Will be wetter.
So, Enos ain't gonna say much, but he is gonna go over by the fire and pick up several blackened pieces of wood. He's going to need those later. Like a few,
Actually, it's a very good question. I don't even know what you guys were using for fire starters. I don't think you'd be hauling firewood.
That's a good question now that I think about it.
Luckily, you don't need much to make a cook fire, so...
Yeah, but no, we weren't firing higher. I don't think we went to go chop out any trees. I don't know. We maybe gathered some stuff and we burnt some old timbers. I don't know.
There should at least be some, light... depending on what you need, if you just want to smudge some soot around, there should be enough, twigs, small sticks, that kind of stuff, wooden scraps.
Right. But after he grabs his well, it's not really charcoal, but burnt wood bits, Enos will move over to Konrad and be like, Konrad, what are your plans for today?
I was going to go scout out the city, but since you're going to go do that alone, I wasn't. Not quite sure.
Well,
Just figured I'd go check out, see if I can find any tracks of anything out there.
That probably wouldn't be a bad idea either, but I was hoping if you would do me a favor. I am going to be in that city alone, and while I am fairly confident in my chances, I would feel much at ease if I knew if you were waiting over on the hill, providing me, what is it they say? Overwatch?
I can definitely do that.
It's like... I forget, did Konrad bring a gun?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
I think most of us brought guns.
Enos didn't. His is on his horse.
Most of us is the
I don't have a
incorrect
gun.
appellation, I
God, I
think.
feel so much energy.
But,
I have a bow.
Conrad did bring his arquebus.
okay. But it's like, the Marquess might... Actually, does Leslok have a rifle, or does he carry pistols?
I believe traditionally he carries pepper boxes.
I have both. I actually have both. Because I brought the
Do you
arquebus.
have both on you?
Yeah, carried. It's just what they're carried differently.
Yeah, no shit.
Sorry, I just never ever hear you using a rifle, so I wasn't sure.
You should. I've never actually had a chance to shoot since the wolf hunt.
At that point, I think you would just stop carrying it. Shit, I got a fucking splinter. But if you do have a rifle, Inos will sidle over to the Marquess. It's like, Marquess, good morning. How's your breakfast?
Better than expected.
I see. So, to the point, I'm going to be heading out soon to go scout out the city. I've already asked Konrad to provide Overwatch for me, and I was hoping that you would join him. It's like, I don't imagine something going wrong, but in case something do, I would like some people to have eyes on the city, so when they see me losing my bloody head, well, you'll be in a position to do something about it.
Well, hopefully we do something before you lose your head.
Oh, that would be ideal.
Second.
Do you want us to just wait on the hill, or do you want us to be a little bit, maybe give you a line of retreat or someplace you can run back to?
On that note, I'm not sure. Like, we have an obvious entrance in the wall, but I might scout around and see if I can find something different, or I just might go over the wall entirely. We don't actually know if they're guarding that entrance. Plus, I do believe there's a couple other buildings that might be. Was the church like near the wall entrance thing kind of place, or was it?
Yeah, it's on the main road.
Yeah, it's like also there was that church-like building near the gate. I plan on peeking in there. If I go in there and there's no scaredy pants pirates in there, that might make a good. Oh, what is it they say? Fob.
Fallback
Absolutely,
position.
they do not say that yet.
I don't know what they fucking
it's cute.
forward camp.
Yeah,
Scouting camp,
Yeah.
advanced party, the Vanguard.
A forward
well,
camp.
he is kind of vanguarding, but no, it would just. I think you just call it forward camp.
Yeah, forward camp. A forward camp. And if we don't have to move everyone in the middle of the night, the better. So my ideal here is I go in, do the initial scouting. If the church is clear, I will call back to you, Konrad, and you and whoever you like can hole up in the church and do whatever, I suppose. While I finish the rest of the scouting. Then from there tonight we could probably launch our attack. Actually, before we actually do head out, we should probably hammer out the particulars of that. Who's going where and whatnot. It's like
You can do some of that, but I thought we were going to be waiting for some of your intelligence before finalizing that stuff.
True.
Can always meet up at the church to plan. To answer an earlier comment, you talked about just going over it. Yes, the whatchamacallit, the wall used to be timber and earthenworks. Just the earthenwork is left, so it's just a big berm right now, basically. Probably like 5 or 6 feet tall, but it's a slope. So.
Mm-hmm. Well. Inos thinks about saying something and just shakes his head. It's like, nope, we'll adapt and improvise. So, I am ready to go. When you are all ready to go, please let me know and we'll all go together.
So it is Leslok also going
I will go.
to the ridge?
Yeah.
Okay. Everhelm is also going. He is, I believe, your last arquebusier. Thorin has a carbine, but that's it.
I mean, would a longbow also work?
I mean, I believe they're all the same range. But the question is, are you gonna camp up on the hill and longbow people? How good's your eye?
Well, I do have a spyglass, so that good.
That's not the same.
It's helpful, but you can't spyglass and longbow at the same time.
Well, also, I was
That's
also thinking
true.
the thing of that those with guns would, lay down and not be obvious targets. Can you lay down and fire a longbow?
God, no.
No, you can't.
I guess it has to be a
Longbows are long.
It'd have to be a composite. Yeah, it has to be a
No,
composite.
it'd have to be a
Like,
composite
like do it
bow, and
sideways,
those
yeah.
don't exist yet.
No, composite bows
Well,
do, but they're not.
Sorry,
They're not,
it'd have to be
as
a
large.
compound. It'd have to be a compound bow, which
No,
don't
you don't have
exist yet.
the pulley system yet.
Because I was thinking, where you could do it sideways. Yeah, sir.
No, you cannot do that with a longbow, unless if maybe Konrad could do that, but not someone with body 3.
I am just
I
picturing
think you
someone
might be
laying
able
on
to
the
do that with
ground
a-
trying
with
to
a
shoot a bow.
Shorter draw distance, but you'd still be like, it's awkward. No, you can't. Longbows are long.
They fire it with their
No.
feet.
That is, I think there are actually bows I think you can do that trick with, but it's
In which case, I will just give support. Wait, hold on. I need to check something.
I mean, an arrow is like majority wise silent.
Like I said,
it's true.
Inos just asked.
Also- Well, I just wanted to say it is lightly raining, which means if you guys want to fire your arquebuses, you're going to need to cover them.
Yeah.
They are not. These are modern enough firearms, being close to or being muskets, depending on how much fucking weight you want to put around.
So Omega, wait.
As long as you don't open the trap,
sure.
water doesn't get in the barrel.
So, guys, I just remembered I can longbow from stealth perfectly. Because I can create an illusion around myself and just not be visible.
Dallas, we're gonna have some questions about that. You realize you create things with light, right? You can't just invisible yourself.
Also, it's gonna rain, so it will refract a bit.
That is also actually true. It is raining, so water would constantly be passing through the illusion, which would probably look weird.
I mean, yeah. No, investigate it. I'm not saying it would hold up to any close inspection.
I mean, if Dallas made himself like a bush and was just standing
Or
in
a tree.
No,
If
not
there
a
are
tree,
trees.
Because, yeah, I'm about to say Dallas. There's no trees here. You're in Rocky Highlands.
Yeah, I'm about to say maybe a big rock.
Sheepland.
Yeah, like a big rock. Like a big rock.
Yeah, you could probably
big
make it look
rubble.
like a rock. If anybody did look at it too close, they would probably be like, "Hey, is that rainwater phasing through that rock?"
But from
that.
a distance, you're not really gonna be.
No.
I call bullshit on being able to see rainwater passing through a single
that's fair.
rock
Like
from
I said,
a
it
distance.
would require a spyglass, but you could do it from a distance. The main thing is just that I think you can only do that for an hour before you start rolling endurance.
Yes. So I would probably just lay down until the time is right, and then once everyone starts getting ready, I make the illusion and then go.
If the guys are willing to bring you along with that, that's fine. Yeah.
Inos just asked Konrad and Leslok because he knows they're good shots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I almost single. Do you remember? I almost one-tapped a Bone Devil.
Sure, you did do a lot of damage with that.
Roll
longbow.
from a
but that's what
distance,
it's done.
Nicola.
No, that's medium range.
What I was going to
only.
say is that to Tina's comment that well, of course, if you pick Leslok, it's a good line that Everhelm's going to come to.
Mm-hmm.
He's also a decent shot.
I have one stealth point now, so I at least have my minimum pool.
Nicola, weren't you?
Well, you don't need to worry about it
No,
yet.
Yeah.
Anybody? Okay. Sorry, we're quibbling, and I don't want to quibble. Who's going to the ridge?
I'll go.
Yes.
Conrad is.
Okay. We'll
And
take
the
Everhelm.
one thing I will quibble about is, Nicola, weren't you going to be using that illusion to keep our camp here hidden?
I mean, if we are if we are our eyes on the only people in the area that we know of.
If I need you, I'll message you.
Who am I hiding the illusion from is the thing. Because it only works for sight. Any animal with, like, smell or anything, any animal it doesn't really work on because they can just smell people. It only works for visual.
Omega, what would the thing roll for smell?
I mean, just
animals would roll scrutinize, or they can use touch, taste, touch, smell.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not actually
wild animals can
because
use their
kind of
scrutinize
very
pool,
specific.
or they have a special stance for it. Yeah.
all
But
right.
it
I was
does
just pointing it out. That's all.
No, it's fair. I just, as far as we know, there is danger from Monstrum, but Lucky has that covered, right?
I don't remember how many days, but it's many, many days.
Yeah. It's
least
way
one
longer
thing.
than you're planning on being here. Also, the ground is hallowed for also like a week.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Do I want to
Basically, Conrad asks, and probably either Thorin or Aurelia will lead and just be like, "We should be fine. We stay indoors. We don't step in front of any of the doors or windows, and we'll take turns on watch.
Just no fire.
We'll move off from here before nightfall anyway."
Just no fires, and honestly, that my illusion couldn't help with that anyway, because unfortunately, smoke rises.
Yeah.
Well, there is the cellar if you want to get out. If you want to get out of the
That is true.
rain, but it's dark down there, and it's not cozy.
But what?
Logesh,
When you say that, probably quietly, but Moira does kind of take to her feet and be like, "No, isn't? Well, did you sleep all right then?"
Inos is silent for a moment, but
You could tell that Moira is being genuine. Like, she is actually like, if it's not comfortable, if it's not cozy, are you okay?
it's like, Inos is silent for a moment, but nods. If not, to Mora, to himself, is like, no, it was fine. It's like not being woken up for a watch. There's wonders, even if the ground here is a little odd. He kind of lets that one run out, but I was like, nope, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It was fine.
Moira just kind of lets it pass, but she'll probably come up and give you a slight clasp on the shoulder and just say, "Just remember, you're taking the van. It's very important. Normally, young men are very excited to do vanguard work, but it's also dangerous. So if you ever think that you're biting off more than you can chew, or you're about to do something that you don't need to do, don't do it." Got it?
Inos scoffs, but nods his head, returns the shoulder. I'm trying to think of the appropriate term, not like that camaraderie thing where you just kind of slap someone on the shoulder.
Yeah, you could just say it.
Yes, the shoulder clasp.
Yeah, the shoulder clasp. Yeah, we'll just do that back. It's like, got it. No worries, gonna be in and out, no fucking about.
Words of wisdom dispensed. Moira sits cross-legged on the floor and just starts sharpening swords and knives.
Alrighty.
All right, okay.
Let's go.
I will not make you guys roll stealth. You guys have walked to this ridge 4 times.
I will
His comrade
abbreviate
has
it
walked
of
it 4 times. You will done this twice.
I need to double check one thing. If I sent,
Honestly, if you guys don't mind, because I said I think it's maybe a 10-15 minute sprint. If you guys don't mind taking longer, you guys could crouch or even belly crawl if you really feel like it.
I'm not opposed to belly crawling once we're getting crows, but we don't need to belly crawl the entire way. Probably not.
But like I said, if you don't mind losing a little extra time, you guys can just fucking.
I am not opposed to spending extra time
Elbows
to
and
be
knees
a
up.
little bit more careful.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Right. Logesh,
You guys got
at
this.
Point. So if things come up, I will just Leslok will just message you via the coin for you to like bring the people in for stuff. So worry about that.
Thumbs up.
Aurelia also has her coin, and she is staying
Yes.
behind at the place. If only because all she also has is a pepper box, which will not be any good from like a couple 100 yards on a ridge.
All right, but I would like for us to approach the ridge and give one last look over the town before we attempt the salvation. Inos is particularly looking if there's any signs of life on or around the wall that might hint to a guard's presence.
All right. Everybody who is looking, roll sense plus sight. If you have a spyglass, you take no penalties. Otherwise, take -1d because it is raining.
Oh, that's right. I see nothing. I see the foxhound in all its gigantic glory. It draws my eye.
That too, but also, Inos, there's water in your eye.
This is sight or scrutinize?
Sight.
Whoa.
Guess sight?
Nice. Yep.
And 7.
And like I said, if you got a spyglass, no -1.
You got a spyglass.
I have a spyglass, but
I'm
not a
sorry.
great
That was
sight
confusing. It's
score.
like it is just sight, right?
Yes. I said yes after that, and you activated sight.
Hey, I'm
Still
in
gets
it.
force.
I ask because it's like if the scrutinize part.
No, scrutinize is you gotta like get up close and like look at things, track things, do detective stuff.
I mean, well, technically my sight is better than my scrutinize. I have a 1 in sight and a 0 in scrutinize.
But those of you who look with your spy glasses, you sweep over the town. To roughly recap, because it's been about a week, you've got roughly half circle or semicircle town. So the outer border of the town was a wall that clearly used to be partially timber. All the timbers have been rotted away or stolen. They would have been big, sturdy timbers. So there's just the earthenwork berm. The berm is not breached at any point. There's probably some spots where just like natural erosion, has like reduced it down to a couple of channels, maybe like where water goes when it rains. The whole thing is held together because like a very light dusting of grass has overgrown it. So that's all intact. I think you guys can safely say, especially those of you who rolled higher heights, it does not appear to be any sort of like sentry or guard positions built onto the wall as it is. Basically, since there's no more wood part of the wall, any given chunk of earthenwork is the same as every other given chunk of earthenwork. So there's no like, I guess, like strategically advantageous spot to guard from. So it just isn't.
My God, I have a genuine question.
Defensive later. Yeah.
So if a spell or ability would say on next attack, is that castable outside of combat?
I believe so. Some of them usually have a duration involved.
Hold on,
What
let
do you
me
think,
check
Jeff?
if it has a duration. So I do have a spell that would be very helpful in this situation. Wind Strike Arrow.
If it doesn't have a listed time frame, minutes I think is also the same cost as being instantaneous.
Yeah. The duration is minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. So you cast it and you can hold it for a minute, X number.
Okay, so like basically, but when people give the ready mark, I'll just cast it.
Probably a good idea.
So the technically, and you guys have to relay this to Inos because he did not do very good with his holding up his hand to his forehead and looking. But technically, you can cross over into town anywhere. Going through where there used to be the old gate and gatehouse is probably the easiest because there's still kind of, the obviously like cracked and worn, but the remnants of the old stone paved main road there.
Mhm.
And the church building does look right there. You guys do not notice any signs of activity in and around the church. And in general, things are as you observed them yesterday. There don't appear to be any markers going around. Yeah, you got some 9s and some 7s. Leslok, Konrad, you pull out your scopes. You like look up at that the old citadel. The fort inside the city up on a hill. It's a little hard to tell with the rain because obviously you wouldn't have fires like exposed under the open sky, but you do see if you get rainwater into a campfire, the campfire doesn't like that. So there are some like faint smoke plumes coming up. You might think from somebody doing, morning breakfast cooking. But very faint. There are no other like major signs of activity that jump out at you. Anything else you guys would be looking for in particular?
Let's see. We don't see any patrols or anything like that. Any watch points?
No, they do not seem to patrol.
Does anything look changed upon the foxhound and the windlass?
If they look at the foxhound and windlass, you asked them to sweep the spyglass over there. No.
Okay.
There's maybe like 5 to 10 more sailors on the deck of the foxhound than there were yesterday. Right now, looks like they're just doing like morning maintenance. Checking the lines. Resecuring anything that may have moved in the night when they were at a small watch. That kind of stuff.
Okay.
Mopping the bilge.
I guess what I'm looking for is if any people are actually go out and if they're going where they go, if any are actually any move around, or they all just kind of focus in some places.
No, as I said, they do not appear to patrol. Let's see. I guess the question is how early in the morning would you guys have gotten up? I assume you would at least wait for quote unquote dawn to break because it's gonna be fucking dark out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it probably looks like these guys are still technically sailors, even if they are pirates. So whatever shift change they had was at first light.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, Inos is going to make some religious symbols with his hands and say a quick prayer to Dea Tacita, and then he's going to cast a spell upon himself. He is casting Shroud the Soul.
Probably could cast it before you walked here, but yeah.
Then he's just wasting time, though. It's at least 30 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, because I thought it was
Because you guys didn't
hours.
sprint here.
Well, it is hours.
I mean, it is, but a half hour is still half of an hour,
Fair enough.
What if I only get a set of ones?
Actually, yeah, that would suck to use.
What's the intensity of the spell?
Well, it's 3, but still.
It's 3, but still. It's one of those things of you don't want to waste ahead of time. Oh, 10s, though.
Okay, geez, 10s. What does whip mean for... Hang on, I have to double check.
Yeah,
I don't know if whip
height.
means anything, but let me check.
Maybe sometimes we find ways to add, if you get whip, maybe you could add it. So I don't know.
No,
Nope.
I don't need it to do I don't need stuff to do everything. I
The
just
spell is what it is.
Let's see here. Shroud the Soul. Duration is hours, so that'll last 10 hours.
You're good for basically all day.
Yep. I see you. Plus master die on lie check. This guy's not obfuscating. No, with me.
Actually, yes, I do believe we discussed this last time, and Enos does have a pocket watch.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's probably around 7 a.m.
Yeah, nope, so it's just heights that matters here. Now I get to basically roll stealth with my charm pool.
I just got reminded of a thing I should have done.
Alright. I could cast Soul of Night right about now, but that only lasts minutes. I have to be tactical about.
that competitive to cast?
It's slow 3. Actually, that is a good question, Omega. Omega, does slow 3 mean that I can cast it, then I have to wait 3, or I have to wait 3 then cast?
This is a thing we have not always done correctly in the past, but the way slow works is you gotta say you're doing it and set up and then wait that many turns before you can use it.
Okay.
Now, I do believe that slow is not an action to prepare. So you don't have to like roll until it's time for you to actually cast it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna double check my book now. Now I have to, fight my computer to open my PDF like 4 times.
I should probably open the PDF
Because Adobe's
too.
really annoying. But I don't even know if because it doesn't count as an action, I don't even know if it gives you a penalty.
Huh.
It's just that it takes a number of rounds for you to get ready to do it. This is important to keep in mind with your arquebuses as well, because those are all slow 1, because you have to open the powder trap, cock it back,
Yep.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, so I will
And then
hold
obviously
off.
after you fire it, it's slow 1 because you have to fucking put the ball back in.
All right, so I will hold off on Soul of Night, and I will probably try to give myself a bit of breathing space before I use it. Very well, then.
I believe we double checked earlier, and the combat rounds are like 5 or 6 seconds. So,
Yeah,
slow 3 is like you need 15 seconds of prep time.
Okay. All right.
It's honestly pretty quick for reloading an arquebus. So.
Honestly, it is. But I'm gonna be real. If it was any longer, people would just not use them.
I compare it to
Yeah.
it's like basically like a fucking crank, like a crank rifle or more.
Well, no, it's the thing. Like actual arquebus and
Like a lot of-
whatnot,
like-
like a good reloader actually took like 20 seconds, 20
That's
to 30
fair.
seconds. But if you had to wait 4 rounds to fire your gun again, people would just fire their gun once, throw it down, and fucking pull bayonets or pull knives.
That is
No,
fair
it would,
because
practically
that-
it wouldn't work.
that's
But
fair.
yeah, that was actually a thing.
I think about slow 1. I
Sharp.
think about like, sorry, I think about slow 1. I think about like using a lever action rifle of being like you gotta like do it and then you gotta like move it to then pull the lever and then
Also, no, a lever action rifle wouldn't be slow at all.
fair. Mm.
You can do a trigger pull and work the action in less than 5 seconds.
Fair, I guess we're good at it. Yeah.
But yes, the way this says, to clarify exactly what the book says, some things in combat take extra time. This is represented by a slow rating. For each point of slow, you have to spend a combat round preparing before you make your roll.
Okay.
A heavy crossbow is slow 1. It can only fire every other round. A spell that's slow 3 can only be cast every 4th round. Again, this does not say it is an action to do it, so I believe you can still multitask. You just need to say, hey, I'm going to start working on my slow.
Oh, actually, in that case, Omega, if... Sorry, I know, like, we're like, discussing rules here and not doing stuff, but it's on my mind now. But if I was to just say, hey, I have prepped Soul of Night, and I am just ready to fire it whenever, would that just give me, like... I can just fire it when I need and not say... And do I, like... Sorry if I'm not being clear about this. Can I basically...
You want to know if you can just say you've got it ready?
Yeah.
Technically, rules as written, I do believe yes, you can say you are preparing ahead of time.
Yeah.
Obviously, the way Soul of Night works is the slow is you're supposed to do a lead up with like prepare to cast the spell.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't want you to just prep it and hold it indefinitely. But it is only 15 seconds. If we're not in combat, I'm not going to fight you about being ready to cast your slow spells. It only matters mostly if you're like in a round by round situation.
All right.
Oh, it's like a charge. It's like a charge gauge instead of like a cast.
Well, yeah, I don't want to go around town holding X the entire fucking time. But,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But at some point, I might just start holding X just in case.
Yes, if you think you're in a situation and you want to have that ready where it's not combat rounds, you let me know and it's okay.
Okay. Right.
Slow is primarily meant to be a balancer for combative rate. It's the happy medium between literally because it's only -1 It's the happy medium between combative and minutes in cast time, which I know several of you are not happy about certain spells being minutes, but that's.
I'm usually okay with it. It's just it sucks.
Do you want your spell to cost 2 more points?
Okay, it's more. That's fair. It's more just
right now. I want to get to the stuff, man. We don't have to discuss
So
spells.
you've cast Shroud the Soul.
Yes.
And you have your material components for Soul of Night.
Yes, because I just picked that up here. So I cannot conveniently say that I have, black bronze, obsidian. Best I can do is something semi-charcoal like.
Honestly, technically, you could have grabbed like a fistful of obsidian, because there was some obsidian deposits back in the Shadow Pass as well.
Yeah, but I didn't have Soul Knight there, and I didn't think to grab it. It's neat, but
it's fair enough.
Who knows? Might mind it out when we go back. But yeah. So Inos, put his cap snugly on, give a silent nod to everyone on the ridge, and will make his way down.
Waiting your signal.
Making his way downtown.
Which, by the way, too, Inos, the sight you see is put your hands in the pockets of your sea coat, and slowly pick your way, forward. Is up on the ridge. There's, I won't say identical, but there's 3 very similarly clad, House Logi boys with arquebus like cradled under them, lying prone on the hill. Probably wrapped in rain cloaks. And then there's, Nicola, like, probably longbow, like, drawn and strung, like, laying on the ridge in front of him, with his metal hand, chilling.
All right. Well, it's a little rainy. Hopefully, no one will be able to spot them up there. No one's wearing anything, like, super bright and obvious, are they?
God, no.
Okay.
I think your default color for a rain cloak is like, dark beige, grayish.
Yeah.
Maybe a hunter green if you're feeling like actually picking a color.
All right, but Inos is going to make his way to the main gate.
All right. No problem. Don't even have to roll.
All right, cool. Inos would like
You're at the
to
main gate.
listen to see if he hears anything.
Okay, make a listen roll. Sensible hearing.
D1? Did I do it wrong?
Shooting, he might be lagging a little. He was working just fine a second ago. Give me a sec. There he is.
Pair of 8s. Do I hear anything in the immediate vicinity, I should say? I'm trying to...
8 is pretty good. So what you hear is rain.
Yep.
Waves.
Mm-hmm.
Gulls.
Yep.
And very, very faintly, way up that high street. Sorry, my first instinct for like pirate Walla Walla background noise was just,
Yar.
yo ho yo
Yar.
They're probably not that glib, but yes, you can hear the very distant sounds that it sounds like, yes, there are some, because there is no other fucking sound in this town. You are very sure of that at 8s.
Mm-hmm.
You can very distantly hear, on the wind that there's a pack of, several dozen pirates posted up in the Citadel who are, waking up and going through their daily beeswax.
Righto. Well, then with that, Inos will carefully make his way through the gatehouse and onto the main road.
Okay.
Do a quick scan of the area, not actually rolling unless there's something to roll for, and then make his way to the church building.
All right. You a couple blocks down the road, there is a old historical church.
Cool.
It's about 3 levels tall, very high vaulted roofs, got lots of extra carvings to accent it. You approach the building. It is, it's a stone base, but it's mostly, a wood frame and shingle. It really shouldn't have survived, but as you approach, you can see the wood is kind of darkly stained. And it does appear that, the boards were sealed with, pine tar resin,
It's treated.
probably some sacred oils. So it's looking maybe a little better than it should, but while you're no expert on woodworking, you've been around boats enough to know that sealed timbers can last quite a lot longer than unsealed timbers.
Yeah. All right.
There is, a big iron frame church door.
That thing is gonna be squeaky as fuck.
Kip around back.
Kip around back.
All right. It's still creaky, but the hinges are much smaller. There's an old, weather-beaten, like back door, side door for the priests to enter.
Yeah. Well, I'll give the handle a jiggle, see if it opens.
Jiggle, jiggle, crack. Handle pops off in your hand. Door slides open.
Inos thinks like, no, this is not the time to start a church restoration project. So he'll gently put the handle down and, slowly make his way inside the church. Alert.
All right. Most of the thing to notice is in the actual, altar room, the main hall of the church. You can see signs where very obviously they were supposed to be, tapestries. There should have been like wooden pews and benches and the like. All that stuff, toast.
Huh.
It's been 500 years. It just didn't last. Something ate it, or just, the windows weren't shuttered right, or somebody was like, "Hey, we need blankets to sleep. Give me that tapestry." But the stone reliefs carved on the walls have survived. These show depictions of all the various throne gods. You read Runic, right?
Yes.
Or have language Runic, right?
Yes.
Yes. There are Runic alphabet texts under which, identify the common names for the gods and their various festival days. The altar itself is a little unusual. It shows in the center a large stone-carved statue for Vertum, and flanked by two slightly smaller statues for Okeanos and Tempestus, weapons upraised.
Wasn't it said
Okeanos depicted with the bident, Tempestus with the spear.
Wasn't it said that Okeanos and Tempestus were the children of Vertum, or am I thinking someone else?
Yes, you are remembering correctly.
Okay.
Because you also have a couple of points in religion, I think.
Yes, I have 3.
And in fact, you can roll student of religion on this.
I will. Sevens.
Oh, sevens. Yeah, so this is something that, obviously this is not a religious practice that, the Iron Demons would follow, but again, you've been around sailors enough to kind of pick up, like, what their vibe, both for religion and superstition is.
Mm-hmm.
And so you think this is something you've heard of before called the Triad of Water.
Oh.
It is technically what you would call a cult belief. In the classical sense, a lot of these days the word cult has a lot of meanings because, organized religion is very large and not secretive. But a cult could just be like a smaller subset of a larger religion. So this is a form of belief which is very common to all coastal settlements all over Troycaron. You put Okeanos and Tempestus in front, and then Vertum, their father, at the back, the solid land you hope to return to, and basically, you aim to be protected from waves, storms, etc., and safely return to land. Inos, you're pretty sure. You're no expert, again, on human religions exactly, but you've been doing some reading recently. You're pretty sure there's supposed to be, like, a large brass or gold, like, sun disk or other, like, solar sign, behind and above this set of statues. That has clearly been removed.
Someone yoinked the valuables.
Yes. There is a like grimy stone-carved offering bowl at the front of the altar. If you do look in it, there are handfuls of like antique coins. There's actually a couple of modern coins. Somebody has tucked a couple of pen marks that have been minted in the last, dozen years in there.
Dozen years. Okay.
Polished sea stones and a couple bits of coral. Again, you've rolled religion. You would guess that probably at some point, if pirates have been operating out of here, they opened the church door, they saw the big three of water and went, nope, not fucking with that. I gotta go on the ocean.
Okay, so it's likely if they know of this place, they're probably not gonna fuck with it until maybe they want to, maybe do an offering for a safe voyage. Probably.
Yeah. And obviously, as you have observed, anything outside of the offering bowl that resembles a valuable, gone.
Yeah. Okay. So they've probably
Candelabras?
already...
Nope.
What's the window situation?
There is a church basement.
Oh, there is a basement. But did you also say it was like a 3-story? It was 3
Yes.
stories. Is it actually 3 stories, or is it just 3 stories high and just has very high ceilings?
Mainly that's in the actual like altar space goes up 3 stories, but there is some like scaffolding and it looks like there's an upper loft. Yes.
Oh, okay. So
it looks like they've got some roof lofts for like storage, maybe for like alcoves for prayer up top.
Okay. Well, you mentioned a basement, and I'll at least give it a peek-see.
All right. The basement is stone brick and packed earth, so it is all intact.
Rad.
There were some casks of like wine or beer here that have gone. They have turned to turpentine at this point. Assuming they didn't just evaporate.
Throw that on somebody.
But there are sealed storage cabinets and scroll cases. There are some old scrolls and manuscripts here.
Nope. Resist.
There's too many for you to fit in your pockets right now.
Yep.
But if you have an opportunity, you could gather them up and study them later.
Yeah. Maybe Konrad and everyone else. Actually, I know Leslok would be interested in this. Something to read?
But yeah, that's about it.
All right, cool.
It does not appear, by the way, that there are catacombs or burials under this church.
Okay. So, with that, Inos has done his first reconnoiter. And I think he thinks it would be good to wave over the Logi lads so we can confer on what to do next. So, Inos will go out the back once more, head to the main road, check the coast is clear, exit the main gate.
All right. You step outside the main gate.
Yep. At the main gate, Inos will, take off his hat and wave it wildly in the air in a come here gesture.
I think that counts as doing something sufficiently dramatic.
Yes.
To get around the fact that you're still in a shred of the soul.
Yes.
So yes, those of you on the ridge, you see, it takes you a second to see him, but once Inos takes off his hat and starts, waving you over, you're like, oh, there's Inos.
In that case,
this has
hold on,
probably
let me-
taken him 30 minutes tops. Maybe 45 if you were being real slow.
I was being slow.
Okay.
But I will mark off 45 minutes. I know I got 10 hours, but still.
All right, so you guys want to move up?
Yeah.
I will
I will-
cast. Or is this even a cat? I don't know what this is. What is the activating an esoteric called?
I'm just using a technique. I did not make Enos roll stealth. You guys also don't have to roll stealth.
I will still roll. I will still use silent image to change the way I look. I will choose generic pirate default look A, please.
Ah, a classic.
Pirate A.
His shirt is striped.
Pirate A.
He has a red bandana to let you know he's a bad guy.
But anyway, Inos will, once everyone runs, will lead them to the church, take them out back, and say, this would probably be a pretty good place for people to hang out. If you want to grab the others and move them here, he thinks it'd be a good idea. We probably would not be able to light any fires, though. Probably. Oh, yeah, I forgot to ask the windows question. What is the window situation in the church?
There are some windows. They have storm shutters, which should still be mostly intact.
Okay, maybe we can get
a
away with a
sealed
fire.
shut.
I don't know. Up to you guys. So would you like to, send somebody back to grab all the crew and bring them here, or what?
I mean, I could just message. Feel like that. I could just message him unless you feel like that's a bit little.
Well, as Inos learned, those things are only one way, so if they have something they need to ask you about, they would not be able to. It's good for getting messages to people. It's not good for getting messages back from them.
I don't know if because you guys did have time to talk about this. I don't know if anything more complex than just you can move up, come to the church. I do believe that there's not a text limit on how much Leslok can say. It's just that as you pointed out, he can't hear back. So
yeah, just send a message. Come up. It's safe. Or something along those lines.
If you want to do that, go for it.
Maybe it's like some message. It's clear right now. Come in. We need to reconvene.
All right. Which coin are you sending that to?
I think I'll do Aurelia, and then I
Right.
can then also probably do something to Logesh, and like a minute
Does
later.
Logesh have a coin?
Yep, he gave me a coin. He mentioned this.
Yeah, it
Let
was
me
sort of
double
like I have given one to Konrad, Aurelia, Logesh, Inos, and Ever.
Ah!
I mean, I'll be honest. If you're sending one to Aurelia, she's going to be like less than 10 feet from Logesh.
That's fair.
Yeah. Like,
I
So,
probably said to
back in the
Logesh because
farmhouse.
I made a big point of him being like, make sure you're ready for like when we get to go.
Okay, then yeah. Logesh, your coin pouch, vibrates.
insult. Oh, what's the fucking the noise that plays? Do-do-do-do.
I kind of wish I could make them where like they hold the message until you actually like listen to them, but that's
Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm
that's
just.
fine.
I think. I'm just imagining fucking. You just mind your own business. Suddenly, a coin just plays this thing from the final countdown. It's like, oh shit.
that used to be my ringtone for a while.
If I could make
but
fantasy
yeah,
Think
pages, I
about,
fucking would.
The classic, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Fantasy
So, yeah.
pages would be
Anyway,
fun.
your
I
coin
assume that
pouch is vibrating.
Yeah, I assume I pick up my coin. I hear the message.
Yes, if you fish your coin out, you hear what he's saying.
Okay, I'll just relay this to everyone else and just say that we've been given the go ahead to move up. Pack up what you can or what you need, and let's get going.
Yeah, everybody probably had their bedrolls and stuff already rolled up, so yeah, they do that. Probably Mattias or Thorin, or maybe both of them will roll up the sailcloth that Konrad had. Leave no trace.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you guys
Skadoodle on over.
set off.
All right. While I do that, Inos will, leave it to the boys to coordinate all that, and he is going to head back out. His main mission right now is to now go investigate the warehouse.
Right.
So with this, Inos will start holding X to
All right, you'll be ready for Soul of Night. Got it.
Soul of Night. But he will make his way over to where we saw the warehouse district. His main goal is to get an idea of numbers and see if he can figure out what is actually being held in there.
All right. Step 1. Actually, roll me your stealth pool.
Gasp.
Because while they do not patrol, they will have sentries on duty. So
So do we all roll stats? Or-
No, it's just the
no,
It's
you're
just
not
him.
going.
Okay, fair enough.
I got a
You
set
guys
of
are
10.
fine. All right. Now, I would like you to roll something to gather information. There are many skills which do this. Which one are you using? Are you just gonna like eyeball head count? Are you gonna actually try and like investigate with scrutinize?
I
Espionage.
will
You
investigate
guys
with
have any
scrutinize.
tactics? Okay, roll scrutinize.
Because after thinking about it, I decided I would get it.
I mean, you would have it for evaluating gems and stuff.
Yes.
I mean, that's haggle actually, but
But, you know, like, paying attention to details. Still
yeah,
important.
scrutinize, studying fine stuff up close can apply for lots of things.
4s.
4s? Okay. All right. With 2 10s, obviously you are using, charm plus stealth for this, but you rely very little on the actual spellcraft and mostly just rely on your natural sneaking. What is your stealth score, actually?
3.
Yeah, you're pretty decent at it. You're, probably above average curve.
Yeah. Competent.
So basically what you do is you minimize angles. You make sure to stay low. You're in the mostly ruined half of the city, so the things you are able to like duck behind for cover are piles of just, I guess at this point you'd call them like compost, like just where wooden houses have collapsed and become dirt. They are no longer wood; they are dirt now.
Yeah, I know that stuff.
You make sure to be very careful because all the streets here were paved in wood, like log slats and stuff. Some of which were probably treated to not rot, but otherwise have just meant that there are basically just like muddy trails, intersecting all these buildings. So you're like, nope, none of that. Don't want to get a boot caught. There are, like I said before, some like stone foundations though for buildings you can actually like hide in around and cover. And when you actually get close enough where there are people who can look at you, you can have access to the fact that this warehouse district, like I said, there's probably like 5 or 6 of just these big stone brick buildings with like stone shingle roofs, which were just for dock storage. And there's probably another 4 to 6 just big stone brick granaries as well. Obviously, there is no grain in them. You rolled scrutinize, you can check. But, all of these buildings are very intact. So you, using your cunning stealth, you duck out of sight and basically, just rely on the fact that Shroud the Soul means that people's gaze just kind of slides off you for like, if a pirate catches you out of the corner of their eye, they're just like, huh? Must have been nothing.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind. What's the box? No, it's not snowing enough for them to be Shadow Moses guards.
Whose footprints are these?
But they could be, what was it? Deep Set? Not Deep. Oh, what was the name of the facility in
I'll be
2?
right back.
Big Shell.
They could be big shell guards.
Those guys technically supposed to be dead cell. I don't remember. Anyway, we're not going to
I
talk
thought they
about
were
that
just genome soldiers.
Return to your positions.
Anyways.
So yes, you're sneaking. You're sneaking real good.
Yay.
Scrutinizing. Hey, guess what? Remember I said the streets here suck?
Yeah.
Some of these pirates are not as smart as you. So, you can see lines of, oh, God, they wouldn't even be here. Chat. Esteemed players. Here's a terrible thing about boating in this time setting of this year. If you know anything about boater shoes,
Oh, that's right.
Aren't those very loud? I don't actually know much about those.
No. They're not loud because there's nothing solid in them. You
No.
don't wear like hobnailed boots on a boat.
No, you wear fucking thin ass.
So,
okay.
honestly, Inos, even with 4s, you probably find a case where at least one pirate has lost his shoe. Because these things are made of like canvas or very like light leathers. Not like soft, supple leather, like not like a calfskin sandal or something. That's expensive, but like, like just like I said, sewn canvas shoes. You see some footprints where some of these poor fuckers are walking around here barefoot.
Oh, these guys.
Like they're pirates, so yeah. These guys are not wearing like a high high-heeled sturdy cavalry boot or anything. They can't afford that shit. So this does mean that there are very obvious tracks for you to follow, and you're able to scope this out and identify them. So clustered around the warehouses that are closest to the center line of town, I should say. Probably that closest like 3 or so. You can quite easily follow the tracks and start counting pirates. You're pretty sure with a scrutinized roll to study them in general that. Double check my own. Yes. There are. You would count. Let's see. It's early morning. Yeah. So, there's probably about. You would guess based on you guys doing a head count of the pirates before. There's probably about a third of the pirates here.
Okay.
Maybe 40 of these guys.
Ooh, that's a lot of dudes.
In basically small squads. So like at one street corner, there's probably like, between 6 to 10 of them standing around.
Okay.
Jawing, occasionally pipe smoking, that kind of stuff. They are armed, by the way, with cutlasses and crossbows.
Crossbows.
These guys do not get to carry pistols and blunderbusses. We had this conversation, I think, last time, but there are a lot of cannons on the Foxhound, which means that the crew of the Foxhound doesn't get shiny things like guns. All of their demon fire or fire sand stocks have to go into feeding the gunnery deck. There's probably, like I said, a small squad, another like 10 to 12 guys who are just, standing on the dockside looking at the sea. One of them has like a fishing line in there, and it just like, so you've never known a fishing line to look sad, but it just looks sad.
It's so
like,
it's just so flimsy, so sad, and so flimsy, so sad.
It's just like, yeah, these guys are like, and probably the reason why they're easy to head count is these guys are not like spread out sentries. They are clustered together.
Well,
like
they're a
they
little spooked.
clearly do not want to string themselves out here, even if there's not a lot of activity.
Alrighty.
In one of the warehouses, you can clearly tell they are keeping what's gotta be, maybe a dozen goats tops.
Yeah. Okay.
Because there are actually like piles of like feed and like loose straw that they've been like throwing in and out of there.
Okay.
As a pen. The big thing is because I assume you want to get close enough to actually look inside the warehouse.
Yes.
Okay. And you've rolled 10s on your stealth, so that's fine. Actually, here's a good question. How do you want to get a look inside? There are probably like small high windows for ventilation in these warehouses, and then there are the big front open spaces. You can't even call them doors anymore.
I'll go with the high windows of ventilation. I can climb. If that's what it's gonna be.
Die. I will not make you roll.
Okay.
Because you have a mastery die, and you're not pressed for time. It is raining. If you were in a hurry, I would make you roll.
No, Enos is taking his time.
But yeah, Enos, just stick your fingernails. Actually, this is a good question. You shabby yourself up. Are you wearing shoes?
Shoes? No.
All right. Makes climbing easier.
Yes. I did that just in case I needed to climb.
Yeah, well, hey, it's working out. So yeah, you scramble up and look in. You take a second for your eyes to adjust because the inside of these warehouses is unlit. You're just getting kind of the ambient lighting, like I said, from these big-ass open doors. And so inside one of the main warehouses, you see huddled, kind of like penned in with like crates and ropes, with probably about a dozen of these pirate guys watching them. There's gotta be a couple dozen people clearly being held prisoner.
There we are. Live cargo.
And I would, if you would like to observe details about them, I'm going to need you to make another roll. Like can be scrutinize or cite.
I will attempt another scrutiny roll. Hey. I'm on fire.
So, looking at these people, like I said, there's clearly at least a couple dozen of them. Maybe even like 3 dozen. Somewhere between let's say between 25 and 35.
Okay.
Maybe 10 of them. You feel like these have to be like prisoners, or even possibly, dare you say, slaves that the pirates brought in from somewhere else. Their clothing, their personal appearance, that sort of stuff are from a variety of different regional backgrounds, ethnicities, etc.
Yeah.
Again, another fun fact is the Foxhound has a fucking rowing deck, so the rowers are probably mostly volunteers and paid members of the crew, because rowing is a lot of hard work. But sometimes you might just need to get a guy to row. The remaining of these people are probably, you would say, of all around the same, kind of like cast to them. They are wearing cloaks of like oxhide or wool, and like long tunics of what is known as wincey. That is a blend of wool and linen. They are wearing soft shoes of sheepskin or deer hide over thick woolen socks. That's the word I'm looking for. Sock. They look like mountain and valley folk. With your fucking 10s, you can tell quite a number of these people have very small, you would not go so far as to say, obviously, that like sorcery is involved, but several of them have small, like, runic tattoos or body markings on them.
Wait, are these fucking ranchers and goatsmen? Is this where all the goats came from? Did they capture a fucking, like, local shepherd's flock?
Maybe the people that lived here before they came.
Do look like shepherds. They have like small like runic items dangling, and if you look over, there are some like, again, tables is probably the wrong word, but like the pirates have like gotten some boards and planks or some stone slabs, and you can see what looks like you would guess the personal collection of these prisoners' things. Very crude, like shoulder bags and knapsacks, nothing made of like super finely made leather. No like metal furnishings at all. But there are like walking sticks and shepherd's crooks popped up there, along with some leather slings, piles of like smooth sling stones, and maybe 6 to 10 iron knives.
No, this is my spitballing, but this sounds like when these pirates came through, they may have came across a herd of goats, found these shepherds, and took them prisoner along with some of their goats. So these are probably Fogveil folk. Huh.
If you had to guess, they are Veilmen, yeah.
Veilmen, that's what we're looking for.
That's a whole other thing we gotta unpack.
Again, you're not an expert in every human culture.
Nope.
But you've been up and down Norlon for sure. These people are kind of like dressed and like looking at their personal effects. You would almost say they look maybe nomadic. Like these people are traveling light. protected from the elements. They probably have several of their personal effects. Probably have some very crude bedrolls or like pitchable tents among them.
They probably take their goats around the Fogveil wherever eating's good. Oh, and then I bet they would probably take them. Sorry, Lucky's doing anthropology.
Yeah, you're thinking culture thoughts. Another thing I want to throw out there is, while there are a few types of monstrum that are pretty good trackers, most of the common monstrum in Norland are not like high speed, low drag creatures.
Yeah.
A demon boar can move pretty fast, but they should be pretty obvious when they do that. Hey, what's a great way for monsters not to catch you? Don't be there.
Yeah. No, if I would have to guess,
Don't stay anywhere long.
If they're nomadic, they probably spend the year traveling around the land and probably, stop by whatever settlements they may have to do trade for goats and whatnot. And they just happen to be
Go ahead and roll me a hearing check.
I got that shit.
The people, by the way, like I said, there's like 10 people who look like captured laborers or slaves that the pirates brought with them. They, without rolling even like empathy or medicine or anything, their body language is, what you'd expect from like prisoners and the like, kind of beaten down.
That's a miss, I think.
Yeah, it's no set. The Veil men and women here are, saying they're like quietly resolute seems like, we're putting too much value on it, but they're not like weeping, crying, praying. They're kind of like huddled closely together and like, I mean, they're huddled like you would if you were a herd of goats, they're kind of like close together, shoulder to shoulder, eyes out, If anybody tried to cause any problems, they'd have to deal with the whole mass of them. So you see a couple of pirates like chatting something back and forth, but you can't make out what they're saying. It ends with a conversation like one of the pirate just kind of like, waggles his chin at the group. The other guy kind of just like, thumps him with the back of his hand on the chest and, says something annoying. And the other guy just kind of like waves him off and, walks over to the, spits in the ocean or something.
I'm going to imagine that man suggested something not very nice for the prisoners. And the other man was like, no, don't do that, dumbass. That is my assumption.
You can roll empathy.
Yeah, I will.
Read lips.
You could take an educated guess.
I should probably start thinking about upping my
Yes,
empathy.
of education.
Nope. Well, all right. Okay, no. I will continue to maintain my guess, but that's all I got. But
yes, you have no strong confirmation one way or the other.
But I will think it is probably to get these people out sooner rather than later. All right.
And also to be completely also as well, I know that Inos was like, oh, if there's a giant pile of pirate gold. No.
No,
you check the other warehouses. They are using this as like mass storage for people and animals.
Great. So it was only these two warehouses in the area?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, let me double check. Is that it? Yes, that's correct. I put in my notes. You might think there are supplies here, but no.
No. Okay. So, with that, do I chant the Citadel? Things are going pretty good. I'm still holding X. Actually, how long has it been since I head out from the church?
I mean, if you've been stealthing, it's probably been another half hour. You're kind of crossing the whole city cross country here.
All right. Would that enough time for everyone to get to the church?
Yes, I was just about to suggest
yes.
If you wanted to think about what your next move is, to cut away.
Yep. Inos will start heading back towards the church then.
Okay. Meanwhile, at the church, kind of, one by one, in a long outline, you guys sneak in. So, Konrad, Leslok, Nicola, while you're waiting, you see everybody pop in one by one. Kind of said it earlier, probably first through the doors, Logesh. Probably, you start chaining in the rest of the NPCs. Thorin, Ike, Matthias, Aurelia, Alestra, Moira, etc. And so you guys are all in the church.
Konrad's definitely found a spot where you can kind of keep an eye outside and at the road. Or what used to be a road
like I said,
anyway.
you can get up into like the lofts and the scaffoldings. There's some ladders and stairs that again were sealed, so they're not completely rotted away. So you can lean out a window, look around.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the rest of you are basically all clustered up in here.
Yeah. I think the plan is we just kind of wait till Inos goes back with like what he knows, and then we go from there.
That was the plan.
Don't you want to investigate the basement and all its skulls? Not skulls. Scrolls?
Scrolls.
Actually, yes. I'll go do that. I'll do that to keep myself busy.
Yeah. Basically, there's a lot of scrolls down there. If you pick one at random, it's just going to be, random church records from year X.
Do I want to memorize these? I don't think I do.
The primary thing is, I don't even know if you have time to memorize them all. The primary thing is here that they are mostly intact. If you guys were going to take the windlass and were going to take it in a time frame that was not high speed, you could probably, crate up some of these records. But that does not seem to be your plan. So mostly it's just a, large bulk of knowledge that is more than you have time to look at.
I'll just move them to like a drier spot so like they don't get like randomly damaged or anything.
They're good where they are. It's very dry in the basement.
Okay. I see this entire like town is like damp for some reason.
Outside, definitely yes. It's literally raining, but it's also a seaside. So yeah, everything, like if you go outside and like, exist for a second, everything has that like that faint whiff of sea salt and that slight, almost mildewy aftertaste, of just like being in a place where it rains all the time. But inside the church it is remarkably, like I said, clean and dry. It smells faintly of, dust.
Sorry. I have a question.
A little bit of wet rock. Yes.
You said there was a crypt in the church, right?
No, there is no crypt in this church.
There's no crypt. Is there any like basement area or anything?
Yeah, there's a basement. Inos went in there earlier. That's where the scrolls and stuff are.
Right now.
Okay, I'm gonna like hang out by the basement door.
Yep. Well, Leslok's down there, so having somebody nearby. But yes, it does appear that there is not any burial grounds inside this church. None of you are exactly sure what the Fogveil folk, the hill folk and Valemen did to do burial.
Are all the church records like at least like 5 centuries old?
Oh yes, no.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to like
just check dates or like timing.
Yeah, I wouldn't even want you to. Yeah, I would say I wouldn't even want you to roll. You can just. You have time. You can just figure out like which scroll or manuscript is the latest date. Unroll it, and yeah, it's dated probably like
520
weeks or months
years
before the war.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And like I said, most of this stuff is just what you would expect as like normal records for a decently sized town church. Received so many talents worth of gold and silver, in tithe. So and so donated so much to the church. On this day we held a wedding. On this day we held a funeral.
I really shouldn't be eating up our time right now, but How much is archaeology a thing nowadays? Actually,
So you guys don't call it archaeology, but you do have a concept of like
historical preservation.
antiquarianism and
Yeah.
keeping records. And in fact, I would like to remind everybody, because this was something I was thinking about in my own writing. You have a court antiquarian. It's Edgar Wayland. He is the
All right.
you have a court position to be like, hey, I have a guy who looks at old stuff. What year is this from? What culture is this from? Is this
But I guess-
relevant to our court?
I think Leslok sees the antiquarial value of all this stuff, and it's like, okay, let's just make sure this is like stays untouched mostly.
Well, it might give us a
It
good
is-
idea
it
what might
is
be happening
right
in the
now.
Fogveil a long time ago.
It is a historical curiosity right now, but there may be, if you ever wanted to try
Another
to like figure out, what was going on, boots on the ground in this province before the war, this would probably be one of the ways to do it.
Yeah.
I will say, unfortunately, if Leslok is checking the most recent records, it is unfortunately the priests are officiating a lot of funerals and issuing a lot of last rites.
Yeah.
The cause of death is probably just straight up listed as famine.
Wasn't most of the going through famine, or was it mostly just the Fogveil?
That was most.
Yeah, I've been talking about it. There's a famine all around. It's just that the Fogveil was in a bad way to look out for itself.
Yeah.
They have. It's basically I feel like it's like a gradient. You guys in Teine have a pretty moderate ratio of like square footage to arable land. Crag has a smaller chunk of that. The Fogveil had like really high quality farmland, but the lowest acreage.
Yeah.
They had like three farms where everything came from, essentially. Yeah.
All right.
But
yes, if you filter through that, Logesh says he's staying near the door. Konrad's looking out the window.
That is meant to say remain. Don't know why that fucked up.
Ramon.
Ramon.
I was gonna be like, who's Ramon?
Ramon. The Ramones?
That's the character that's going to replace Logesh when he doesn't get status.
He's gonna become Ramon. You should just change your name to Ramon and then don't do anything. Just decide to be a new guy. Like,
Who's this
don't,
guy who
don't
looks a
even make
lot
a new
like-
character.
Yeah, I was about to say, who's this guy who looks a lot like Logesh, but with the mysterious mustache?
Yeah,
Oh, no. You just gotta wear a
that's it.
cowboy hat like they did in that character for Beer Fest.
Yes, no.
his twin brother, the
Can we
who had a
call you
cowboy
the
hat.
same nickname? Sure can.
I mean, because I think the bit was like they just wanted to have a guy. They wanted to have a guy die in beer, and they just didn't have an idea afterwards. They're just like, "Fuck it, has brothers here."
I think it was a fucking.
Well, no, it was a joke.
Yeah.
It's a play on, like, that's actually a thing that happens in, like, those sports movies, is like some guy dies because they need dramatic tension and he gets replaced by someone who's basically the same character. They don't look the same, obviously,
it's an
but it's like,
cliche that was the trick that the original run of Voltron did, where in the original Go Lion, a guy died and was replaced by his brother.
God, that's
Like
I
that's,
remember
that's
whole-
at least how old it is.
I just remember a whole thing where like the guy who died actually turned out he was saved by the enemy faction. There's a whole thing with that.
Yeah,
But anyways, Aren's saying I'll be right back 1 sec. But
well, about this time, Inos, you can if nobody else is doing anything particularly time consuming in the church, you can make your way back, Inos.
well, Inos will make his way out, slip his way inside, and
At the back door, you are briefly met by Aurelia and Gunn.
And
She
Gunn.
realizes it's you.
I-
She double checks to make sure nobody's behind you, and then tucks the pistol away.
like anything interesting happen?
no.
No, it's very wet.
Well,
Leslok's been checking some scrolls, but none of them was written like 100 years ago.
I see. Well,
I don't like this place.
Well,
Makes
you're
my
about-
nose itch.
well, you're about to like this place even less. I just got back from the warehouses.
Oh boy.
So Enos will, gather everyone up so he can share what he find. He'll just basically be like, so, unfortunately, no vast stores of pirate gold and riches. Not there, at least.
Goats.
There are goats and what seem to be prisoners. The goats...
Of course.
Well, they're goats. There's something interesting about the prisoners, though. While there are a good number of them that seem just to be snatched from all over the place, there is a particular group of them that seem local. As someone takes a chainsaw to the front door.
So there are people here.
Sorry, there are people outside doing fucking yard work.
I know.
Of course.
The village.
Well, yeah, they're killing.
Before Chainsaw Man coming.
They're killing the spiders, of course.
Every time, If it's not birds, it's people. God.
I'm not worried. I just wanted to make the joke about the chainsaw. But Inos will go on to explain. I think that herd of goats is actually theirs. They looked like shepherds, nomadic ones at that. I'm not entirely sure of what the Fogveil operates, but I'm pretty sure those people basically take their goats around all over the land where the food's good and the monsters are not.
Well, if they're dealing in human flesh, all the more important to get those people out.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why they are keeping them. Like, maybe
To
they
sell,
want...
assumedly. Sorry. To sell, assumedly.
Well, good luck finding a buyer. Slavery is illegal. The best they could probably do is put them on their ore teams.
There are plenty of places they can sell them.
You don't know that, Dallas. You literally cannot say that.
Actually, this is a good question. Do you have student of law, Nicola?
Yes, I do.
How much?
I'm a student of law too.
Without rolling it, yeah. I don't know if plenty's the right word to use, but
There's
there
probably a place in
there
the
is
cauldron
black
you
markets
could,
and
but,
underground trades.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying they're going to
The main thing is
sell
that-
them out in the open. They're going to
Yeah,
sell them to other. Like, they couldn't sell anything in the open anyway. They're fucking pirates.
I think Aurelia kind of
Or the
checks and
cauldron.
says. So, well, it is illegal under the king's law to sell and trade slaves. That hasn't stopped any of the other many illegal things we have seen here, as Nicola points out. But that does mean there's probably more going on. I would assume that you would be in the trade for that sort of stuff down south? The freebooters? Some of the remote parts of the Islas?
Maybe that's what the crew of the what's it called, the Windrose?
Windlass.
Windlass.
I don't know why I keep calling it the Windrose. The Windlass is here for. They could be their buyers
No.
to transport them.
The ship is too small for that.
No.
I don't care that many.
My guess is they came up across these people while they were trying to get themselves something good to eat. They also pinned up the goats, and I'm gonna be real. Being out here, they're probably having nothing but ship biscuit, piss poor grog, and whatever salted beef they have left. Fresh goat meat is probably a delicacy to them right now.
They might also be keeping them just so they have keep the impression that no one's actually here.
That makes no absolute sense. There is a fucking giant fucking herd of goats outside.
Well, it's true, but those goats are unpenned.
I mean, I'd agree with you normally, but didn't you say there were people from all over here?
Inos
Okay.
says that there were a few.
Yeah.
Really kind of turns to you. Less than a dozen?
I will agree or disagree depending on what the number was, because I do not remember what it was right now.
Yes, it was less than a dozen.
Okay.
That was a leading question for the NPC. And then there were at least a couple dozen worth of the Veil folk. Yes.
Yeah. They're
So,
nomadic, so I imagine they do not keep their goats in a pen, usually. Also explains probably why the big goat herd we saw earlier looks smaller than it should be, because their keepers and some of their goats are in town.
I would admit to not knowing the interworkings of shepherding.
Well, this is the interworkings
So I will
of...
defer to that
knows a
one.
whole lot about shepherding, but it's fine.
Just take care of
The crux is thus.
animals.
They have people, they have animals. What they're doing is very illegal and very wrong. But also, there's a lot of them.
There are quite a bit of them.
And I want to
So-
concur with the earlier statement about the windlass. Konrad said it was a trading type boat. You can carry passengers, but it's meant to carry cargo the most, and it doesn't have a lot of crew. I'm not an expert in tactics, says Aurelia, but I think generally when keeping prisoners, you want to outnumber them somewhat, especially if they are, rough and ready rural folk who are, used to wandering the hillsides trying not to get eaten by monsters. So, better conclusion. If they have buyers, maybe that's why they're still anchored in port.
Yes, the shepherds likely complicated whatever their plans were.
Well, whatever their plans were, well, we have a choice to make. And so, like, do you want to get in there and help those folk?
I feel like every NPC turns to look pointedly at Leslok.
Oh my god, I genuinely have a question about pirate tactics in this universe.
Yeah.
If we maroon them here, like they can't sail off, what is the likelihood that they just decide, like, we're just going to kill all of these people?
It really depends on what they're keeping these people for. Like we said, if they're waiting for another boat to come, then they might just wait it out. Okay. If it's a kind of like happenstance, probably. Because, if they're completely marooned, that means they're going to have to be very, secure in themselves. And as Inos has seen firsthand tracking these guys, the pirates are not really equipped to go foraging in the hills.
I see we have about 3 options here. Oh, really 2, now that I think about it. As you mentioned, the windlass is not made for a heavy crew. We can either let the prisoners go, hope they cause a distraction and get out of here, whatever they choose to do, or we can leave them there and hope that until we can bring a force to come back here, they won't be killed.
Well, that's very black and white of you. I have my own ideas on this, but...
I already said,
yeah.
Every NPC looks at Leslok. I
I
cannot
would have
telegraph it
said
anymore.
this all while looking at Leslok.
It's time for executive level decision.
Okay. I have something in mind, but I wanted to know what everyone's feelings were on the matter. But
Tell me if you
fair.
want to save these people or not, then we can start
yes,
planning.
we're doing it. We're gonna go
Okay,
save
shit,
people now.
Fuck.
All right.
I was waiting to see what people would tell. I wanted to hear the arguments of people say we shouldn't, but okay.
No, everyone wants to know what you say.
Yeah.
Okay. First
You
of all,
say save them?
when you say save the people, what do you mean?
We're gonna get.
That's
Don't.
now we can talk about it.
No, genuinely, because like there are 2. From what I can tell, there are 2 groups of people here. The shepherds, who we can let them just escape back into the hills. They know this place better than us. And then there's 6 people we need to do something with.
We take them with us.
Yeah, they go on the
Okay.
boat with us. They help crew the ship.
Well, they may not
That's
want to crew.
fair.
They may not have any ship crewing skills, but it's just 6 people. I'm pretty sure the windlass will have enough for just 6 people to hang out. Especially if we're not trying to start cause a mutiny or something.
The Yes, the windlass is a very lightly crewed boat, but you know that means that it's like, between like genuinely the boat is designed to be very simple. You can probably run it with a skeleton crew of, like 10 or less people, but could have a crew of upwards of 50 people.
Okay.
Because, if you're
Gotcha.
actually sailing vessels requires a lot of manpower because you're on the ocean, 24/7, so you need shifts and watches and shit.
Yeah.
You want redundancy for positions. Also, usually there's some kind of like stratification for like an officer corps. You strip all that shit out, you don't need that many people to run a boat. But you can't do that forever.
No. It's like, okay. So, our plan is we're going to get those people out. That means we're going to have to go in there and kill and or incapacitate pirates. So,
40 odd of them.
40 odd of them. Inos explained they're not all in one big group. They're actually in several smaller groups, fairly huddled and, well, not isolated from each other, but, there's some space between them. They seem to not be wanting to split up, gang, for lack of a better term.
In mechanical terms, they are divided enough so that they are not one giant group of unworthy enemies,
Like 8
but
of them.
are still close enough that, if you start a ruckus, they will be able to support each other.
Right.
And again, they're armed with crossbows and cutlasses.
Yes. Now, before we get into all that, though, I do have a very concerning question. We have checked the town, we have checked the main gate, we have checked the church, we have checked the warehouses. I have not checked the citadel. Would you like me to go check the citadel and see what's in there?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
He says yes.
You the boss.
Moira kind of nods along and says, "It's a risk, but..."
Thank you. At this point, I'm a little curious to know what they're doing here. That answer might be on the boats, but also it might not be.
I suppose then our next question, says Moira, is when you get back, if we're still waiting for nightfall, do we want anyone to try and sneak and get closer to the boats? That, I think, is not a good job for you, Inos. On account of... She makes vague hand gestures for, swimming and then failing to swim.
I could do it. I have swimming, I have stealth.
Well, does like boats.
I also know how to drive a boat. Drive? Fucking hell.
Pilot.
I know how to
This is
pilot
drive
a
you
boat.
speak of.
Actually, I think now...
What is this drive?
I think
No, it's about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry. No.
I believe at this point, it's you know how to helm a boat.
Yeah, helm, right. Sorry, I couldn't
I
resist.
think piloting, boat pilot covers a couple of different situations, but yeah, the
Regardless, I have student of sailing.
yeah.
But well, that's the rub there. We're gonna need people to take out the 40-something odd pirates to rescue these, and you don't forget there's going to be pirates up on the boats themselves, both boats. Nicola, I have confidence in your skills, but you cannot take on an entire skeleton crew on your own.
No. I'm good at taking on one target at a time. And not stealthily. I'm not good at taking on groups stealthily, I should say.
No, I was thinking more of the old head count.
All right. Which of you are trained in swimming? I will look at the group broadly.
Let's go double check.
Because I will be
If I
helping
know how to
people
swim.
capture the windrows. I think, Konrad, you're leading the team on the scuppering the thingy.
Well, out of character, we already decided probably what would be the best teams, and we can go over that.
If Nicola is asking who can swim, a decent number you have athletics.
Yep.
Aurelia's got some. Everhelm.
I do. I
Ron
forgot
has quite a lot.
something.
Matthias
I have
has
8.
A couple in athletics. think he's got like one.
I have swim. I also have the ability to gain a master dice in swimming.
I have no athletics. I only have 2 bodies, so my swimming sucks. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not
you don't
coming
know how
with
to
me.
swim.
I don't think I've ever. I don't think I've ever had time to like. I never had a reason to learn it. I think. Maybe.
So your
See,
Marquess
this is
can't
why.
swim.
Obviously, this is the problem. Be romantically interested in sailors, then you'll learn how to swim. Easy. For
Also,
him.
I'm randomly taken to a horse girl.
The only one of your crew who doesn't have athletics is Alestra.
Yeah, I figured.
She's body 2, and she has like a couple vigor, a couple run.
Yeah.
Aurelia has like a couple in athletics. Everybody else has at least 1. So
Actually,
like, they all
hold
know
on.
how to
Can
swim. They're
I?
not gonna
Is
do
this a
super well.
personal spell, or is this a? Can I give this to other people?
It's an alchemy thing, so shouldn't it be like.
No, it's not
No,
alchemy.
he said
It's
getting a master die. That means he's water.
it's wind witch spells.
I forgot. I thought you scrapped all those.
I did not.
He's gone back and forth, but if you spent the points, he spent the points.
They take. Look, I had extra XP that I didn't know what to do with. Okay,
It happens.
I'm not just gonna take every alchemy spell just cause.
But yes, everybody else should be able to swim.
Plus, water walking was like 1 point, so
Yeah, that's fair.
like why not?
Yeah, I think that means that you can't only do it to yourself, though.
Yeah, it is only on yourself.
Sorry, I'm looking for
Also,
actual lines about who which party was.
I don't think we like locked in every single person.
We only locked it. We only locked in the ambush crew, which was Konrad. Konrad. Actually, Leslok, you were on the one to ambush not the wind.
Not the windless. The fox
Windless. You were on the foxtail crew with Conrad because
I just said it.
I can proper noun.
Here, Metal
You
Gear.
can't. I think we've just established
really
that you
can't.
cannot do that.
I really
I know what
can't.
you mean, though. Yes, no, it should be Conrad, Loth, Aurelia,
and
I think you wanted to pack Alestra in there too, and Moira
Everhelm.
at least.
No,
Everyone's
it was
coming
as
to
well.
it was Logesh, not Leslok, because we need Everhelm on the Windlass to prep for sailing since he knows it, since he's the
right.
Cavalier.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, like, I'm making sure, because no, we did pick everyone, because we also counted Dallas's Metal Man in the numbers.
Yep.
You remembered.
Should be here.
Okay.
So
Yeah. No, he's here. Oriadnir is here.
The goon.
Oh wait, here we go.
All right, then I'm going to Windlass with Everhelm and a few others. Yeah.
Okay.
He is literally posing
Well,
next
I guess
to me.
the question then of if Leslok is the windless crew.
Yeah, but he's on.
Then what your plan was to get it, because both those boats are docked, but getting onto a docked ship in a scrap is different.
Yeah.
I have
You have
running
no
current.
swim at all.
no
No
athletics.
swim.
I have no athletic.
Well, isn't swim a skill?
No.
Swim.
No.
I mean, it's on the character sheet. You can. That's like the way water walking works. Is you getting master diet
Yeah.
and swim. Several animals
No,
can swim.
I don't have athletics. I have swim. I should put that out.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do it that way. The normal skill is athletics, and the talk about like penalties and stuff is about rolling athletics to swim. But if specifically you wanted to be good at swimming, I don't mind that you put points in it.
Yep.
Probably easier, I guess.
It's also fun fact. It is actually recommended for people who. This is actually why I put Nicola. I gave this to Nicola earlier because people who have serious limb damage or severe like limb trauma are recommended swimming as physical therapy. So. Because, yeah.
I do
So
think that
everybody
Aren
on that
said,
second crew.
I think Aren took another fighter because
Later on, I suggested Ike to kind of guard Alestra.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I should go with the Foxhound.
because Dallas has his Metal Man to make up that number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have Oriadnir.
And I guess if you want to put if you did want to put Alestra on the Foxhound, the question of how you're going to get her on there, because you guys are free to just run up the gangplank, but then you run up the gangplank, you know.
I think maybe something that we should do is have maybe Alestra and Leslok be off to the side for the initial combat start, and then once the fighting starts, they can make up the way through the normal means once the crew is distracted. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, because unfortunately, although Omega is putting it this way, either we swim up there or we go up the gangplank, and if you fail at swimming, you start drowning.
Yeah, that's not good. I don't want to risk either of them doing that.
Yeah.
So I think the best hope is when everyone is distracted by the ruckus that is going to be coming, we are going to bring the ruckus, and when the ruckus is brought, they can sneak on to the best of their abilities.
I feel like after
Through the
some
game.
how to swim.
Okay, so yeah, we talked about this out of character, so you guys probably spent.
Well,
a few minutes
Captain, why did I just fucking call you Captain? Well, your lordship. Well, your lordship, I can give you lessons after we survive this.
Yeah, so it sounds like you guys probably in character take maybe like 10, 15 minutes kind of like hashing this out, like I said, in character.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the plans. And then, we kind of double back around to, do we want Nicola to try and reconnoiter the docks?
Could you iron call it actually closer, huh?
A whole boat?
Anchor, and that comes along with it.
No.
I don't think that's how it works.
The anchor does not pull the boat.
No. I can. That's it worked against the Fox on the first one, because I essentially made them drop anchor mid-sailing, which does fucky things. But no, I cannot pull an entire ship. I'm not fucking.
The reason why the
anchor
itself is curved is so that it catches the seafloor. Seafloor beats boat. Anchor doesn't beat boat. Hence why they don't sink.
Seafloor beats most things.
Yeah. But, for instance, a boat will not sink under its own anchor weight.
Yeah, no.
So the anchor itself can't drag the boat.
There's not much point to me dropping their anchors when they're docked either.
Honestly, you did something cool with it, but I don't think you'd want to be on the receiving end of the anchor to catch it. You could run up the anchor chains, but that you gotta
Yeah, no, it literally only worked because it was far enough. It was far enough away that I couldn't be slammed with the anchor. Because if it was close up, I would have just fucking annihilated myself.
And gangplanks are oops, all wood.
Wood, yeah. Most of a boat is wood, unfortunately.
But there are ropes and cargo netting and rigging on the side that you can clamber up, but that means you got to go into water.
Yeah,
if you go into water, you maybe don't come out of the water.
Yeah, I'm probably not going out of the water, so I have to go back.
I think I should. Does anyone else have a good combination of stealth and athletics on the windlass team?
Well, my question is you say reconnoiter the docks. What exactly are we trying to find out ahead of time?
How many men are on each boat?
Okay, second question.
Moira just asked if I should put this. Moira asked if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, and here's my second question. And here's my second question. Does it matter?
Logistically, yes, but I get what you mean. We don't really have an option to just be I don't want to do that.
If you say that, yeah, Moira just shrugs if you say, does it matter?
It's
it matters for tactics and planning of how we're going to approach it, but admittedly, we don't...
The secret GM question there is, did anybody want to, Metal Gear Solid on board the boat first? Because we did ask the question of, what the fuck are these people doing here?
Yeah.
Yes, that is what I wanted to do.
So if you want to go do that in Metal Gear and, do that, sure. But
yeah,
if you... Honestly, actually, so... What's the effective... Sorry to cut you off, Lucky, but I'm trying to double check. What's the effective water walk again? Is it just you get the mastery die and swim?
Yeah. It's
So
not,
hold on.
actually water
Yeah, it's like
walking, you just
I get a
really do
master
it.
die in. Yes, it's not actually water walking. It's you get a master die in swim for height duration, and I do already have swim.
Okay. Because I was gonna, if it let you, breathe underwater, but no, that is just Merman's Mead. Then
No.
I could suggest in good conscience, out of character, like, well, it's really easy. If you get caught, you just jump in the ocean, and you can probably still do that, but you do have to worry about holding your breath.
Yeah.
It's like if you're confident in yourself, I'm not gonna say shit. I am the guy who just trapezed half around a pirate held town. You know?
And you're planning on doing the other half.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm confident in my ability to not get caught. Am I confident in my ability to find out shit from like looking at people like you can? No, not at all. But I cannot get caught.
It sounds like no matter what, we should have Inos investigate the Citadel first, and then you guys can think about what next. Because obviously, you've talked about your teams to capture the boats, but as the Marquess has put it, your plan is now for sure to hit the warehouses first. So that will require some separate plans.
Salt. Yeah.
Also, you're gonna stay in the church because, no offense, you're not really conducive to stealth. I say, looking at Oriadnir, who pouts.
Sad metal noises.
Yes.
Poses
The
soul.
shiny silver man is not exactly a stealth person.
Anyway, but with that, Inos will let you discuss things out, and he's going to slip out once more, and he's gonna make his way to the Citadel.
I just image Enos messes up his hair, like when he talks to us, he put his hair back together and then just messes his hair back up as he walks out.
That's how you know how he's talking to you. He slicks his hair forward, he makes it normal, and then he messes it up when he goes back. Now,
Slicks hair.
Enos, roll your stealth.
Rolling stealth.
New sneak.
New sneak.
Sneak man.
Sneak man getting sneak.
Nice.
9. Yeah, let's go with 9s. Hold an X for Soul of Night again. I let go of X when we got into church, but now I'm holding it again.
I like just
Sneak king.
I like putting out the description being
fuck.
like it is like holding the button down.
What?
What?
Fucking Vin Diesel pretend to be Von Tom.
Little
Okay.
something extra in the gift there. He's sneaking. All right. So Enos, you sneaketh up to the Citadel. As you do go up there, by the way, you do pass by. I mentioned before, you're up close to. There are several of the manor homes or other large townhomes that were, for the upper class of this town. Up close, you can tell most of them at some point have been broken into. The doors are visibly missing or kicked in. The windows are broken into, that kind of thing. You do pass by the town hall, which seems to have doubled as the manor for the local lord, the Jarl.
Jarl.
It does look like it has been searched, turned over, but it has not been completely destroyed. So you could always investigate inside later. But the Citadel, which you do sneak up to.
Yeah.
And it is simple square design. Stone block foundation with wooden accents. There were how should I say, wooden, not quite scaffolding, but there were wooden tops and boards to the walls, to walk around in walkways. The watchtowers had a wooden skeleton to extend them. All that's gone. And so the walls are probably about medium in height. They're up on a hill, but they're probably only maybe 2+ stories tall. And like I said, it's a square fort design. There was a big gatehouse. You're Enos. You're pretty sure there used to be a iron portcullis in this. Gone now, rusted away.
Dissolved in the rain.
And so, looking at it, you know, you can kind of see from the outside, but you can't really see inside too much. But you have, some vantage points. Are you just going to try and, count heads?
Yeah, let's count some heads.
All right. You can roll sight or scrutinize.
Gimme that scrutinize.
Yeah, scrutinize is more of a slower, methodical thing.
Once.
Damn.
Barely.
All right, I didn't have any difficulty. It's fine. So you spent some time, walking around. You rolled pretty good on your stealth. What was it, like 9s?
Yes.
Yeah. Also, could have used your 4s if you need to go somewhere fast, but we're going slow. It's fine. But yeah, so you kind of like walk around the outside. You circle. You stay out of sight. Again, occasionally, a guard or sentry will like catch, your coat tail or your hat or your boot heel out of the corner of their eye, and they'll kind of like stare at that spot where you were, and then they're gonna look, and then they just go shrug.
Mhm.
Must have been nothing. So you get a decent count. This is definitely the bulk. You think that there's about 50 or 60 guys here.
Okay.
It seems to be, the another like third-ish, but the biggest, if you can say biggest third, it's the one where the bulk of them congregate. Most of them, though, appear to be using the Citadel as basically like off shift. So there's maybe a dozen guys like actually on watch. There's probably like half a dozen guys by the front gatehouse, standing out looking out, and then the other half dozen are probably like peeking up over the crenellations of the wall. So the rest of the guys are out here and they're just relaxing. They come here for mealtime, to sleep, because it looks like they've basically like rolled some sailcloth or something over like one of the old barracks and are like actually like crampedly sleeping there. You notice that they've got a couple of barrels set out to collect rainwater.
Gotta get that fresh water.
And like generally the guys here are usually like sleeping or drunk. They appear to have several barrels of watered down, beer, some grog. Just from like your outside patrolling, kind of like looking through the open gaps and stuff, you can't really get close enough to see for sure, but you do think that what would probably be the old armory of the fort, the Citadel, looks pretty intact, and you do see occasionally pirates kind of going in and out of it. But obviously you cannot see through walls, so...
All right. So, how, Omega, out of character to GM, how difficult would it be to actually sneak inside the Citadel and walk among these pirates?
Well, let's see. You'd roll your charm plus stealth to go unnoticed. I'd probably set a difficulty... Like I said, most of these guys are off duty, so like I said, they're sleepy, smashed, playing like cards. So probably only like difficulty 3. Like if you just get 1s, they're gonna be like, you're gonna cross in front of somebody or like, shoulder check someone, which will, ruin the illusion.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're an Iron Demon, so if they get a really good look at you at any point, they're gonna be like, hey, wait a minute. We didn't have any Iron Demons on the crew. But if they're just like catching you out of the corner of their eye, you can kind of like, weave in and out of their sight. So it should be doable thanks to your spell, but will not be as simple as just a success.
Could you fast talk your way out of it? Because like you could make an alibi up
He has
pretty
a
well.
story, so like if you get caught, he can try the story, but
Yeah.
Lucky asked me how hard it would be to just straight up sneak.
Yeah.
And there's gonna be some difficulty. It's not like impossible because you've got magic. If you did not have a spell, you were doing this in broad daylight, I would say that it would either be impossible or it would be a very high difficulty.
Okay, but
Because there are some esoterics that let you do some very funny things.
Inos will attempt it. I'm curious about what's going on in this armory, and I also want to see if I can get some ear on some conversations they may be having. Hear some belly aching. Why are we still here? Oh, because the boss is trying to do a thing or something like that. So, I'm going to try to attempt to actually get inside the Citadel. I'm adding my craving to this because there might be some, because I'm hoping there's some stuff that I can fucking steal in there.
Sounds like a good time to crave.
Damn rogue.
I mean,
Is that the mania's?
I mean,
I mean,
like, I want to go see what's in the armories. I'm like, that's a really bad idea.
He is roguing, but it's definitely more like skullduggery wise. If he was straight up D&D roguing, he would have been like, Game Master, I have a master die and climb. Can I get over this sheer fucking wall?
Again, I don't see Inos as a rogue. I see him as a spy. Like, he is a spy/spy master kind of character.
Nice. Okay.
Nice.
You've done
Okay.
it. Which is good, because your other set was ones. I think it's 60s. Okay. I see the 60s.
Or actually 6s, yes.
You had a couple of sets that wouldn't have cut it there. So, yes, difficulty is actually important. Yeah. Okay. So, Inos, you know, shoulders up, hat down low, skulk. A couple of the guys who are just like, strung out on hammocks, or like I said, they're just, playing dice where they appear to be betting like, pocket change.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, they catch you out of the corner, but you just, like I said, you just skulk by and they just kind of pay you no mind. And so you skulk your way over to the armory. First, give me a hearing roll to see if you do hear anything that you're listening out for.
No craving, and this really isn't to protect. I'm just being fucking nosy.
I mean, honestly, I think you can have up to 3 cravings?
Can I have up to 3 cravings?
Is it only 1 craving? I don't remember. There's a limit, but I think it's more than 1. I don't remember if you're supposed to pick them up mid-game though, but I'll double check later.
I think that was problems. You can have more than one of.
Well, we'll check on it later. Oh, I got 2s this time.
Fucking nosy. 2s, okay. So these guys aren't being super loud and rowdy. They're not like normal sailors, God forbid, normal pirates on shore leave, but they are being quietly rowdy, so you don't hear everything perfectly with 2s, but you do actually hear a couple over, there's a couple of guys come in and, drag a couple people out of their hammocks and they're like, oi, hey, you got warehouse duty now. And they're like, oh, do I have to get warehouse duty? Those people stink and the goats stink worse. Guy, slams a crossbow into his chest and says, yeah, you got warehouse duty.
You don't smell any better.
You don't smell better, and it's my turn to fucking sleep. That's another thing I've done subtly. You may have noticed that I don't cuss a lot in character in this game. The pirates are foul-mouthed. Like, they have no etiquette, so yeah, he's like, yeah, it's your turn. I want to fucking sleep. Gets him out of the bunk and stuff.
It's like I could say the eloquence is implied, except when it's very much not.
One guy's out there playing like 5-finger fillet with a knife, and one of them asks, you do over here, because you did succeed in what you're looking for. One of them asks, what the fucking hell are we doing out here anyway in this cursed land with these cursed goats and this fucking cursed water? I don't like looking at the hills. They could be cursed. This guy just fucking, kind of softly like slaps him with the back of his knuckles, like, shut up about the fucking curses. Nothing. See any monsters? No? See any of them iron buggers scuttling about? Enos, collar goes up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here.
That goes on harder.
It's fine. We're waiting for the fucking backers, all right? the person telling this conversation, Inos, you can tell by their tone of voice, they speak a little clearly. They are clearly like like part of the quote unquote officer corps, like, maybe a team lead or something, a bosun perhaps. Somebody with authority. He's like, we're waiting for the backers. What signs last night? Captain says again maybe tomorrow night. Or maybe tonight. And if they're not back by tomorrow night, maybe we go in the hills. We gotta wait. We're going next, alright? It's like, oh, do we have to bloody wait? My fucking shares are just sitting in the thing. Waiting. Your shares are safe. Would you rather have them in your pockets as you go wandering around this cursed town, huh? The guy grumbles into a tankard. So, yes, Inos, it sounds like these guys are waiting for the backers to come and give them a new job. And said apparently they're waiting for some kind of signal. The signal did not arrive last night. Perhaps it will arrive tonight.
Well, maybe.
And if it doesn't arrive soon, the pirates are going to have to find something to fucking do.
All right.
So the armory. I don't know if opening a door is very dramatic, but I think I would probably have to make you make another stealth roll with difficulty if you want to actually, like, pop open one of the doors and walk right in.
Part of being granted.
It is an enclosed space,
You did say there was people walking in and out of it before, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to, like, wait till some guys seem like they're going in naturally kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Okay, you can do that. I won't make you roll again. You
perfect.
You rolled what, 9s?
Yeah. So I'm just going to kind of make myself look like a tag along.
A little bit. Yeah.
Hey, you're one of the people here.
Like I said, one guy like glances over his shoulder as you kind of shuffle in and doesn't pay any mind. Another guy in the line. All right. So inside the armory, next to it, like I said, they've got the barracks, which the pirates are using as kind of a bunkhouse, and you might even say like quote unquote a tavern. Like you probably see them like they've made some scavenge tables and stuff. They kill their time eating, singing pirate songs, playing games. The armory, though, seems to be where Vossler's quartermaster has set up shop. Because this was not directly exposed to the rain. They've got some, very sturdy stone walls and maybe even some, iron, racks and grates. So, looks like they've got, sealed up water barrels. They took some of their rain barrels and sealed them up.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have, you do some quick math. Probably they have, you would guess, maybe about half of their supplies. Looks like food and water for about 3 months.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, they seem to have rolled out a very high level of stock here. Now, food is what you said. Hardtack biscuits, salt pork, salt fish.
That's what I thought.
Half that food there is weapon stuff you can use as throwing weapons.
Yeah. Do improvised club damage. They have casks of cheap beer and clay jugs of what look like cheap wine, but you do spot among the crew they have some bottles or casks, barrels of what is very clearly stolen rum or mead.
Freddy's brandy.
Well, actually, unrelated to your next step, because there's a sentence in there, but you think that. Actually, yes. The labels on the beer and wine, and maybe even they have some sacks of flour back there they've kept. A lot of those have the kind of maker's mark or just the same general quality as the goods you recently started buying off already.
They did talk about how some of their supplies was going. Weren't they talking about somehow that some supplies were going missing at some point, or something?
Yes, some of those boats were being either lost to occasional piracy, or also some of the supplies seem to disappear when the ships wrecked. So wreckers got at them.
So that's probably where this ended up.
Vossler was operating in that ocean, but he doesn't seem like his crew is normally wreckers. You don't know if that is hinting at deeper networks here.
Some sorts of
But yes, it does seem like
pirate
some of the-
brotherhood.
Matters that the two key things that you're after is, first of all, very closely watching
I
the
called it, but I'm thinking it.
driest corner of the room, under a tarp, there are some red barrels.
Oh,
So they have
Explosives.
a very small supply of fire sand here. And in fact, you can probably tell that the Foxhound's quartermaster is like sitting here because not only does he have a makeshift desk, but he actually seems to own a couple of pistols.
okay.
The other thing is in chests, crates, and burlap sacks, which have big C's on them. So pirates are not salaried; they get shares. They get a percentage of the take. And when you aren't, taking your money to spend it, because there are not usually pirate banks, you leave him with the ship's quartermaster, and he knows how much you're owed for each share. So basically, it looks like they have enough to pay out the pirates' shares for maybe a couple months of their work previously. You're doing your counter, Inos. There's probably like 750 marks in here, the equivalent of like Wealth 6.
But it's
You could probably shave off a smaller amount if you wanted to just take a burlap sack, but then you're carrying a burlap sack full of coins.
yeah.
And you said your inventory was already full.
Well, it's carrying sacks. It's not putting it. I'm not putting a sack in my pocket.
No, you tie the sack to your belt, but that means, you jingle like a fucking piggy bank. They do probably have some of their shares in the storm of what's clearly like, chests full of like, stolen jewelry.
But no matter what, I would have to get through, past the quartermaster and whoever else may come in at the time.
I won't make you roll anything for this, Enos. You know a few things about money and paying people. Like I said, these guys are pirates. They don't have anywhere to spend their money here. They have money. They clearly take out small amounts of money to, like, gamble with each other, to beg, borrow. You might even see, like I talked earlier about, like, one guy, waking up another guy to take a shift. You might see another guy getting, like, rust out of his hammock and, like, reach into a dirty pocket and, like, pass that guy a couple of coins to, like, take his next shift and let him sleep another couple hours, kind of a thing. So there's a very small amount of trade here, but mostly their money just sits here. And that means that the quartermaster probably has to be on guard so that nobody gets any wise ideas about, just, why don't we just take all our money and get on the small boat?
And, like, fuck off to the nearest town.
Yeah. It would seem that Bloody Brad has a certain amount of discipline among his men, but the rest of that discipline is enforced by the fact that without the captain and his officers, you do not have access to the boat, and if you don't have the boat, you are stuck in the Fogveil.
In this damn cursed place full of cursed water and cursed something.
If Lucky had a tail right now, I'd be flicking very irritably as I'm trying to figure out how to get this money without ruining everything, and I'm not coming up with a good idea.
Maybe we have to, like, route them out first, and then you can take the money.
Well, no, then everyone gets the money. I want the money.
Yeah, if you just want the wealth. I don't think that's going to happen. Physically, I don't think you can carry wealth.
No, I don't think I can. That's why I'm just like, I'm thinking about it. Nope. Son of a bitch.
Like I said, what is your current wealth?
2!
Did you go back down to 1?
2.
2, okay. I mean, you could still, like...
Grab both 3 or 4 marks.
No.
You could probably jump up to, like, 3 or 4 just stealing a sack or 2. The main thing would just be then that you steal a sack, because I'm going to say, walking in and grabbing a sack full of cash probably counts as a notable action.
Yeah, no, it do.
Somebody would go, hey.
And that's when I hit Soul of Night, and then everything goes dark, and I skedaddle. But...
You could do it. You could smoke bomb. You do see, like I said, there are red barrels.
But again, the big problem is I don't want to cause a fuss on our eve of action because then that's gonna put people on fucking alert. I need them to stay fucking bored and slightly scared.
That seems to be these guys. Like I said, they're like there's a lot of pirates here. Like I said, there's like when this place is basically full, there's like 60 guys. They're all threat one because they are all tired or drunk.
Yeah, but even a bunch of threat one guys, if I'm fighting 50 of them at once, I'm probably not getting anywhere. Okay.
I mean, at the very least, I think they would just form a human wall at the gate.
Pretty much. All right, so no, I will. Actually, I'll probably be taking penalties for this since I'm leaving Wealth, but there's no real way for me to take it without pissing off.
No, I don't think I'd. Well, let's see. I think your craving is that you do want everything, but it's kind of thing of like I said, you can't physically carry all of it. You could pitch a little bit, but that would have to be how to get there. But if you're just going to skedaddle,
No, I will skedaddle. Son of a bitch.
Right.
I will.
Now, if you try to do anything else tactical in this fortress, now that you know there's a shitload of money, you'll definitely take your craving as a penalty. But if you just want to hightail it out of here,
Yeah.
I think you can reverse course without making any more rolls.
No, I think I'm done. I found out basically what's going on. I found out where they're keeping their stuff. And I got a head count of the guys in the Citadel. That's mission accomplished. Time to go home. Well, time to go to church.
So there's about 40 or 50 guys at the
Take
warehouse.
me to
about
church.
50 guys
Church.
at the Citadel. And then the remaining, 50-ish is between the two boats. And technically it's a little less than that because, like I said, there's some rounding. All right. Anybody else doing anything back at the church?
Preparing for so I have a question. Did they get the model type of the ship
What?
Which
model
ship?
type?
for the windrows?
When last?
Still not the correct one.
Windlass. God, I will get this eventually.
Just write it down.
But then he has to read it.
Well, I'm
Yes,
just
it
trying to
is
think
stated
where the captain's quarters in that ship would be.
I mean, you wouldn't know exactly, but
For
I
the
mentioned
Russ
before,
area
it is a
estimate?
flute type design. Yes, so it's
Okay.
flat bottom, pear shaped hull. So yeah, you would know roughly where the captain would quarter themselves. It would be
Gotcha.
towards the rear, probably basically directly. I don't even know if this. It would either be in the aft castle or it would be directly below the helm.
I'd probably be changing my clothes entirely. Just
You bring
wearing
spare
something
clothes?
darker. Yeah, I probably have something. If my clothes are thin enough, I probably would have something to sneak around in. And literally just something with darker colors.
Having some later garb.
Once again, I do mostly just wear silk clothing.
It's true.
I've got much else. Those are bear wrestling things.
It is true. You are not carrying a packed up set of armor in your pack.
Nope.
All right. Well, if nobody else is,
I will probably also be leaving my alchemy stuff with Alestra. Just telling her what everything is, so in case anything spills, don't let anyone touch that one, please. I just point to the alkahest, bad. Bad will happen. Anyway, that's about it.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Nobody else.
Nope.
Sound like it. Sorry, yawn. Yeah, then Inos, you are back.
I am back.
How'd it
As
go?
mentioned, good.
Oh,
How'd
Inos
it go?
will, somewhat suddenly relay what he found. That's where so many pirates are. They're not happy. That's where they're also keeping their supplies and their money. There's a lot of them. Apparently, they're waiting on a sign from... I forgot the term that Omega just used.
Backers.
Backers, thank you. Waiting a sign from the backers. They're expecting it tonight or tomorrow night.
Should we delay or should we
So-
do it before?
That sounds like more enemies to fight if we wait for their backers.
Well,
Yeah, I'm saying we should. I'm gonna do a quick scout, and then I think we should attack tonight.
More scouting?
Inos shrugs.
I was gonna scout the ship.
I mean, by process of elimination, you know how big the crew of the Foxhound was supposed to be, so you know roughly how many pirates should be out in that way. Sorry, go on again. I did say earlier, Nicola seemed confident to actually be able to, Metal Gear Solid his way aboard the ship and see.
Ultimately, it's up to the Marquess if we jump now or wait.
Konrad, I assume we wait for nightfall.
That was the plan.
Yeah.
But Nicola's wanting to go do stuff before that.
Yeah, I was gonna go before nightfall.
Why? Again?
I was going to try and find out what exactly they're doing here.
Moira raises a hand, and she just says,
Okay.
at the moment, I think it's immaterial. More information is usually better. But right now, we're dealing with a situation where none of these guys, pirates, know we're here. And we know that they're not going anywhere, at least until tonight. What we should probably do is make sure that Konrad or whoever can see the Foxhound and the shoreline from here. Which, yes, Konrad, you can, because the town's in ruins. If you're up in the upper stories looking out a window, you can see the seaside. Yeah. And watch, just in case they get any signals. I wouldn't mind knowing exactly how many guys we're going to have to stab to take the boat. But Inos did say it right earlier. Doesn't really matter. The number is what the number is. And our options are limited. What we should do now is focus on how we're going to run a rescue mission to save a bunch of people in the warehouses, as previously discussed. Moira nods towards Leslok. And then we're going to have to run ourselves. Sorry, you couldn't see, but I did, the walking with two fingers gesture,
Mm-hmm.
I also pictured
run
that.
ourselves all the way over to the Foxhound and the Windlass, where these guys, Moira will gesture to the appropriate NPCs, are going to jump on the Windlass and probably thump, like 10 guys. And these people, gestures to the other, block of NPCs, are going to have to jump aboard the Foxhound. So we've got 2 steps. Warehouse. And then splitting up. Now, before, last night, we discussed it, and we all agreed at the time that Konrad and his group, including myself in there, probably, want to hop aboard the Foxhound, blow up the powder room. She's got a lot of guns. She's going to carry a lot of powder and shot. Be big, nasty, distracting. Also means they don't got a boat anymore. Also means they don't got cannons anymore. Another good one. Now, I have questions about that, but I don't want to distract us. The thing that's going to be a lot tougher is we're going to have to sneak across the city in the middle of the dark. All of us, question mark. Fire about 40 pirates. Cut loose a bunch of people. Sounds like we may be dragging as many of 10 of them with us. To the boat. That's step one. Let's talk it out.
Well, ideally.
All right. Well, I'm no great strategic mind, but, you know, if I was hoping we'd have a little more input on that.
Oh, I was just waiting to see if anyone spoke up, but silly me for thinking that would happen.
Yeah, Moira also left that one, you know, pitched low over the plate.
Mm-hmm.
God, I feel
No, I'm going to talk now. Now you don't get to talk now that I've called you out.
Okay. I hate that.
No, absolutely, I agree with Lucky here. You guys don't get to stare into the awkward silence, and then when Lucky says he was waiting for somebody else, you speak. You're like, oh, no. The call for you to speak was before in the silence. Inos, please.
And it's like, so ideally, when we're dealing with numbers greater than ourselves, we want to take out groups without others being aware of it, which may be a little hard, but I do have a few tricks up my sleeve that might make things a bit easier, or at the very least, a bit confusing. The question is how good are you all at fighting in relative darkness?
What would
Relative
be
or
penalties?
complete?
Was that Conrad?
Relative or complete?
Actually, in this case, it'd probably be complete darkness, actually. That's probably not good.
Well, that means ranged attacks are out, but again, Moira just, you know, kind of nods at her swords. You've seen me work, Inos.
Let's see.
I crack my knuckles.
It's like,
I think like Aurelia just kind of like takes a finger and kind of runs it on like the, you know, the soft part under the eye and says, I can see in the dark actually, with little work.
Then, like I said, I can fool their eyes, but I will not be able to stop their sounds. But with things being as they were, the pirate here might not be so inclined to go investigate weird noises they hear in the night.
Yeah, unless they specifically hear one of their own shouting for help, maybe. Or attack. If it's
To be
just...
honest, from what Inos said, they might not even go if somebody says they want help.
True enough.
Were the groups that
We
were
shouldn't
around
count on
the warehouse within eyesight of each other?
Some of them, yes. But all it takes...
Actually, assuming that if you guys got any paper or parchment, you can have Inos do some rough drawings on. Somebody roll me tactics.
But yes, Inos will...
Can I roll tactics?
Yeah.
Or does someone else want to give a crack at it?
Roll tactics.
Nope.
do it.
Roll tactics. You roll tactics.
Oh, you're good at it.
They can roll tactics on their own time.
My master's eye will be a 10.
Okay. Locking it in. So, Logesh, it's a little tough to do because, like, you are just doing it with, like, you know, somebody hands Inos a scrap of paper. He makes a very rough sketch, and, like, you know, you guys are, like, moving, like, rocks around to represent different groups of guys. But generally, you would put it that the enemy is not as tactically savvy as you are. Some of these guys are, like, grouped up with sightlines to other guys, but then sometimes they're not. Like, they're mostly guarding for their own comfort and peace of mind, and to make the prisoners feel like they can't make a break for it. So you would say there's probably 2 groups, which again are, guys who are about 10. Mechanically, assume there's about 10 unworthies. They're probably around threat 1 or 2. These guys are the night guards, so they're probably not drunk because they've been sleeping all day. But assume 2 groups of these guys out front of the warehouse watching the prisoners. The other 2 groups are not like straight up around the corner, but they are going to be positioned to kind of like watch the streets and lanes that lead up to the warehouses and granaries. Those guys you could probably set up some kind of ambush at.
Okay. And in case it wasn't obvious, because I know I'm terrible at this in person, Logesh will be saying this out loud to everyone so they can pitch in with ideas if they want.
Oh, and Inos did note there are high windows in the rear of the warehouse. I think some of you, like, if you know for a fact, Logesh brought, fresh ropes and pitons and climbing picks and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have a way to clear out the entire warehouse instantaneously, but the problem is they would just run to the Citadel and then warn everybody.
What?
I mean, most the people we're taking out are outside the warehouse. They're guarding it.
No, that's what I mean. Is like I can take them out by scaring them, essentially. Was my idea. But they'll just run to the Citadel and alert everybody.
What is this idea?
It doesn't matter. It's not important because it won't work because they'll tip off the others.
Not describe the actual actions involved.
Well, I could make an illusion of a
as...
demon coming out of the ocean.
Just illusions.
Actually, I do believe, if I remember rightly, I don't think you make sounds at all with glamour.
No, can't make sounds.
Yeah, so actually, Lady White, who has been here the whole time.
I haven't forgotten her. Trust me.
Yeah, no, it's
really silent in church. She says, "A bold plan, but glamour does not produce sounds. You would be banking a lot on their inherent superstition. My understanding is that humans are quite frightenable. But if any of them has any boldness to throw a rock or shoot a crossbow, then they'll realize it's not real."
Fair enough.
She kind of pauses
Sorry,
to consider.
I just picture us like nearby with like noises and clappers like going, "Ooh."
Yes, the problem with Terrify, Inos, is that some number of these shepherds probably count as followers or unworthy foes. So
yeah, honestly, there's no good place to use Terrify, because there's always someone else.
Well,
do it anyway. Fuck them. What are they gonna do?
Depending on how the groups were grouped up, actually, Terrify would have been a decent chance to throw it out in the Citadel. Yeah, there would have been just pirates.
Yeah,
I don't think
you
they
gotta
would have
remember,
all
it
been in a group
doesn't
of like
remove
60
everybody.
guys.
It only removes so many from groups. So if they're just groups of 10, I can remove 4. Guess what? There's still 6 dudes in groups of there, so still groups of 6 there.
True enough, but it is a combative cast, so
just keep casting it until they're all running away.
I mean, yeah, it would take only a couple of turns to get most of them. I think groups that are reduced to like 2 guys probably don't count much for anymore.
Probably not, no.
It's not a clean solution, but there's a couple of funny uses of Terrify, I think. It really is mostly, though, of just like you get jumped by guys in like the woods, or like if you're an Iron Demon, you pop out of a hole when there's a bunch of random humans and you're like, "Humans, off my lawn!"
I just think nothing we have is going to work perfectly, so we're just going to have to like work with what we think is the best, and then just
Well, no, it's
adapt.
gonna get messy. It's always gonna get messy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
gonna
no,
get messy
it's-
now. What speaking of things getting messy, Lady White kind of like pauses for a second, and then, she says, I have been asked to look out for the young miss in a dangerous place. I am assuming that she will be going with you to this warehouse. There are things I could do to make that protection more, but they have similar issues as described for the young doctor. I am also quite adept at glamours, but I have a few other tricks, but they would not be perfect.
Omega, remind me, were the prisoners like tied up and fucking bound and stuff?
No, they're not bound hand and foot. They're just kind of like huddled in the far side of a warehouse. The pirates have basically made makeshift barricades of like heavy ships, ropes, and crates and planks, and then there's 20 guys outside with crossbows. So they're not like bound. It's just they're in a bad case that they're basically stuck in a shooting gallery.
Would side groups not so well. Would I be able to do Terrify at a point where it can reach the pirate groups but not the prisoners?
Yes, the warehouses are dockside, so if you wanted to get effectively all 4 groups of guys, you'd probably have to do that from the water.
Ooh.
But you could easily get at least 2 of the groups with like a corner of your circle, because it is like a 50-foot radius.
Yeah.
So like you could catch somebody with effectively a like I said, like a corner pie slice.
Let me double check how Terrify works exactly. Omega did change up its wording, so it's not just.
Yeah, I did reword it because, as you pointed out, it's the way I had it phrased originally is not how that mechanic should work. I think it just effectively checked every unworthy in the radius, which is not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed
Funny
to be
though.
groups.
Also,
Funny.
just in case, half hour before daily reset.
Actually, I'm gonna try and game the system here. It specifically says all groups of unworthy opponents. I don't think a group of shepherds will count as unworthy opponents. Not even followers.
Well, that is true. They are actually kind of unarmed right now. It's not. You could argue since they're captured, they don't have any threat.
They're also not hostiles to us in the immediate situation.
Well, that doesn't matter.
That's the thing about Terrify that doesn't matter.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
that's
they're not
the point.
because
Terrify
these
doesn't
shepherds.
have a friendly fire feature, but Inos is making a good argument. Mechanically, they are effectively non-combatants currently.
Yes, no, I'm sure like if they were followers or unworthy opponents, this would count, but they're not. They are in a
Effectively, right now they are basically threat 0.
yeah.
They are not fighters. I mean, it is still a spooky little spell. You probably don't want to stand right next to them and Terrify.
No.
But if you catch some of them in the fringes of the bubble, that's probably not the most impactful thing in the world.
I also
them.
wonder if the structure of the building would actually affect its radius at all. I don't know.
It's also it's magic.
no.
It does not care about barriers.
It's just
This
it's
is the other thing that's funny about Terrify is it is just straight up a radius, so Inos doesn't even have to see the people he's terrified.
It's just a raid
Yeah,
wide. It doesn't have there's no lines on the floor.
No. So honestly,
like Inos said, using Terrify is a little tricky, but it does have a lot of things going for it.
so if I was to I could try and get these groups in there and just start casting Terrify, and if they start running and screaming, well, honestly, I say let them run and scream. That's gonna confuse the fuck out of everybody. Honestly.
Chaos.
Yeah, no, we can go
It's
chaos.
cursed. There's monsters in the hills.
And while you do that, we can come at the other groups.
And
Give
we
them
can come at
something
the
to
other
be scared
groups.
about.
There really won't be time to explain anything to the prisoners. We just gotta be we gotta tell the The mountain folk get your goats and go, and then we tell the other folk, come with me if you want to live.
Yeah, it's a
And
gotta
then
hit the pond
for,
and fast situation.
I guess the other question is, speaking of morale attacks, Nicola, what kind of grenades did you bring?
So I have. Let me pull up my list. I have a list
I
of what
know
I brought.
Inos requested you to make some alchemist fires.
Yeah, I have one alchemist fire. I have
Only one?
2. Oh God, what is they called? Thunder. I have them
Fulminating
listed as
jars.
thunder grenade, fulminating jars. 1 Novum Glacios. 1 Alcahest. 1.
Don't we throwing Alcahest in a group?
Alcahest.
Check. I think I did a
Oh, no, sorry, 3. 3 alchemist fire.
Alright.
Yeah, 3 alchemist fire, 2
Sorry, that just
fulminating
gave-
jar,
that
1
just-
Novum
just gave me
Glacios.
a deep-seated. Ugh.
And 1. I don't think this. I don't think this is a throwable, but I'll list it anyway because I'm not sure. Because it's phrased really weird. What's it called? Wormwood.
No, wormwood is not a thrown grenade. That's you have to dose somebody with that like you're using a poison.
Do you all have them
Okay.
named off in like nicknames or something?
Dallas is infamous for this. Yes, he just writes things
Yes.
as he wants to call them, not as actually as they're called. He's done this forever.
Yeah. So alchemist fire is equivalent of actually no, it should be morale attack 3.
And I just
Yeah, that's a morale
shorthand
attack
most
3.
of them.
And never can remember what they actually are.
So that just hitting a group of unworthies, so long as they're threat 3 or lower with an alchemist fire, just peels 3 of them. And also, if they kept standing in the radius, it is on fire.
It'll pass.
Fulminating jar, I think, is
Fuck.
It's
is
also
morale
a
attack 3.
morale attack. Novum Glacios, I don't believe is.
I did
Morale
reword
attack.
it recently, but oh no, okay, it's single target basically. It doesn't burst wide enough.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I have 5 AOE grenades, 3 fire, 2 thunder.
Thunderbolt, lightning, very, very frightening.
Fulminating jars also, blind and deafen the shit out of anybody who's hit with them.
But it also might
and-
call over the Citadel people to us, because
Yes, they are
It's
very
loud.
right? Alchemist fire is obviously fire, but also it's fire, and it doesn't go out in water.
Napalm.
yeah, and essentially I am just carrying around
Carry
napalm.
the Willy Pete.
The white phosphorus.
You're a walking war crime.
Dallas is a walking war.
No, this is not nearly as bad as white phosphorus.
Is it more like
Yeah.
napalm or Greek fire?
Well, yeah, no, it's
I mean,
literally
it's,
napalm.
It's effectively Greek fire, yes, which is basically napalm. It's a self-oxidizing mixture, so it's not put out by water. You smother it with certain oils or like powdered ashes or salts. I assume that Nicola keeps his in clay vials, so there's not just clear glass vials of like
Yes.
glowing Sunny D type shit.
The only one that's in a clear vial is the Alcahest.
You
Yeah, because
And-
you specifically have to store that in glass.
Yup.
Alchemist,
Everything
by
else
the way,
is in
is
clay
like
jars.
let's see, what does it say that? Yeah, it's bright crimson and bubbles.
Yeah.
Is glass just like a high acidity point?
I mean, it's more than acidity. It's fucking magic. It disassembles anything it touches.
Yeah. Glass, it reduces it to its pure components. Technically, glass is already mono-elemental.
Glass is a mono element, which is why I could store it in an iron container and it would work because it is a mono element, but that's also
But
not
cast
convenient.
iron is also not as resistant to corrosion.
Better hope it's pure iron.
Well, yeah, no, I mean pure iron container, but
Yeah.
like I said, not
The
not
outcast is
convenient.
the universal solvent, and also known as the prime salt. It undoes all mixtures, alloys, and bonds. So you would need a
Yeah.
pure cast of like cast iron in a mold. It can't have any joints or anything.
All right, but enough on that.
Sick
Yeah,
ass.
Enos
Yes.
wants
so
to go
you've got some
scare a bunch
AoE
of
options. Enos has some.
Enos wants to go scare a bunch of the people, and if things get weird, he can cast Soul of Night to fucking, blind things and cause confusing, although that affects everyone, and is not the greatest. If
Let's
we...
go.
Nope. Do not cut me off. I swear to fucking God, Axe. If we... Enos can just keep casting Terrify, and we cut down people as they break away, or as we catch up to them, and it's because instead of being... big old groups of 10s, they'll be broken off and scattering. Some might get away. We might be able to get all of them. I don't know. But it's better than, going up against big groups constantly because out of character, big ass groups, they're probably going to be getting matches on us. And I would like for us to avoid getting hurt.
I mean, I've started with them in sets of 10, so they are guaranteed to get a match.
Yes.
Basically. The odds of me rolling a straight on 10 dice are incomprehensible. I don't think I've ever done it.
No.
I think I've seen it before, though.
It can happen.
It can't
I think
happen.
I may have that
Nope,
once.
shut up. We're not going to discuss that. So, afterwards, we will clean up what we can and quickly get the prisoners. We will not discuss things. We will not ask their life stories. We will say, hey, we're getting the fuck out of here. Time is limited. We are going. We will let the mountain folk go, let them grab their goats and leave. We will grab the prisoners, and we will make for the boats. We will split into 2 teams. Now, this is the next part. Do we want to have people try to climb on the boat at this point and, cause the ruckus first, or just have everyone charge up the game plank and continue the ruckus? This is the part where you say, I would like to do X or Y.
Yeah. This
If
is
anyone
the next
has any
phase of the
specific
planning.
thing they want to do,
I mean, I think it would be
Where's our fucking...
important for. I think a good strategy might be doing both at the same time. Have one group on each boat attack from the back and the front.
Well, I'm going to tell you real quick.
Subdividing.
Now we're subdividing, and I'm going to tell you real quick, I don't care how fast you are, you're going to have to swim across the water in gear, climb up a boat in gear. You are not going to be going at the same rate that people are going up, charging up the gangplank is, especially if the people on the gangplank have the element of surprise.
Well, it depends on how stealthy we need to be.
Running is better than swimming and climbing for sure. There's no bones about that. And I think the question of how stealthy we need to be is if you're taking a ship's gangplank, you are not stealthy.
No.
There's no railings, there's no cover to hide behind. You are not stealth.
As soon as like quote unquote combat is started, we are going. There is no more stealth. We have to go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fast.
And I say we take.
You can stealthily approach on the piers because there are probably not lights there. But that's it. Once you decide to get on the boat via gangplank by just walking, the only way you're going to be able to hide is magic.
And while water would normally be a thing, we do not have everyone who can swim. And if people start drowning mid-thing, that means we're going to have to start saving those people, and everything is going to start going to fucking shit. So while going up the gangplank isn't that louder and a bit more dangerous, if we can do it fast enough, we can get everyone aboard the ship and in combat before
Here's a question.
Oh.
Did anybody in this crew bring shields? I think Leslok has a buckler usually.
I do, yes.
Nope.
I don't use shields, unfortunately.
Did I leave my shield?
I don't use shields either.
I mean, just in my equipment.
God, it'd be really good if it would be really, really good if you had a couple of guys with tower shields.
Just put them up front and charge.
I feel like only Matsius, Matsius or Everhelm people actually could do those. Carry.
Konrad has a shield with him.
Oh, what kind?
Okay.
It's it would be a round wooden shield.
An offhand shield. Yeah.
Still, that's good enough to stop crossbow bolts. Okay, so I was bringing that up because if you had enough shield guys, you could do the strategy of just shieldies at the front. You probably want to do that anyway because Gangplank's a great shooting gallery.
Yep.
But it won't be complete coverage. But yeah, put your shields up front, have them run up the planks. If any of you are like crazy good at jumping, you might be able to leap onto the boats.
I feel like the best we have to do is we're just have to take the fact that we're just going fast and loose at this and just put the speed to our advantage of just going as fast as possible.
Like I said,
That's
momentum is its own power.
The last thing I did want to throw at this is because I think this will solidify you for just running up the Gangplank plan. Remember, you're going to be dragging 10 guys with you.
Yeah.
They are prisoners. They look shabby. They're not like bound hand and foot, but they are, have been interred on a pirate vessel previously. So
Could we at least cut them loose and ask if any of them can swim?
They probably cannot swim.
Okay, well,
But we did discuss this. Most of these guys who are pirates can't swim, and they are career sailors.
yeah, that's just the thing nowadays. Yeah, that's the thing that gets changed over time. Yeah,
But
Learning to swim is like there are many cool byproducts of like modern public education. Learning to swim is one of them that I don't think people think about, but it's true.
But now, the last thing I have about this plan before I make our great escape is how is Foxhound crew going to make it to Windlass crew after all things is said and done? Are you going to jump, swim for it? Are you going to, like, dramatically swing over on a rope? I don't know if you can even do that. Maybe.
How far
You
away
can try
is?
that. You can try that.
is
That'd
the
probably be
two-ship?
like coordination with dodge or swim. They're on opposite sides of the pier, but you have to remember the Foxhound is a big boat.
Big
I
boat.
could do coordination.
Well,
dodge
actually, if
for
I
a
remember
dashing
correctly, doesn't the Foxhound actually have things so they can swing guys over to other ships? Wasn't that one of their?
Yeah, they have
tactics?
boarding. I think they have boarding ropes.
So I do have an idea for our ship.
They should
at
have some.
least.
They should have some ropes and boarding clamps. That would be you guys would have to make some coordination type checks to get over there.
For the gangplank, because I do remember. I was just looking at inventory. I do have a shield. Well, I don't have a shield.
Oh yeah,
Oriadner
Oriadner has a shield.
Oriadner has a shield.
I do.
They probably have a
remember
heavy
this.
one,
Right,
don't
because
they?
he can carry human
So
equipment. That's another
yeah,
good one.
he
Okay,
has
so
a
you
large
can-
shield, not a tower
So-
shield. The one below that.
It's like a kite shield. So Oriadner and maybe Comrade on his shoulder could hold up a gangplank.
Well,
I forgot about this.
Well, no,
I don't
they're
think we
on
actually
separate
decided
boats.
where. Okay, are they on separate boats? Because I was like,
Yeah, or because
So-
remember that's what they said. They're switching out Ike onto the Foxhound, right?
yeah, we're putting Ike on the
Yeah.
Foxhound.
No, I was
Well,
making
that's
sure
what
I
I
got
wanted,
the
I
name of
wanted
the boat
to
right.
double check for that. So like, because
and-
last I checked was
Yeah,
Um,
Oriadner is going on the windlass with us.
yes, because last we had Nicola on the windlass with that crew. I wanted to double
Yeah.
check that. Also, actually, Inos,
So
did you
ma-
put yourself on? Yeah, you put yourself on the windlass. Okay.
Yeah.
But Oriadner is
I checked
large,
it.
and maybe he could cover because if the people that are squishy and can't go on, can't swim, go behind him because it's only two on our crew, right? It's
Well, that was the thing I was going to say. According to the notes that were taken, it's still Alestra on the Foxhound team.
oh, Alestra's
as
on the
that healer.
Foxhound.
They're split up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But-
because
but
I didn't know
with
if you
it-
wanted to
yeah.
switch that back or not. Because if you did do that, that would mean that everybody on Team Foxhound can swim.
Okay, so do you want to switch me and Alestra? Because I can have Oriadner go separate order from myself, and I could have him cover
Probably a good
Logesh
idea.
or him cover Leslok and.
Well, let's not worry too much about the
Alestra.
fussy details here. What'd you say, Aaron?
Yeah.
I said that's probably a good idea.
You think so?
That way
Switch.
we
Well,
that
like I
way
said-
we can do the shield wall thing for the gangplank, and we don't have to worry about Alestra not being able to swim when we
Okay.
leave the Foxhound.
Okay.
That,
well,
that would mean that your extreme backup plan on the Foxhound is just everybody hops over the side and hopes they could swim to the windlass.
okay.
Yep.
Everyone in that case could swim at least.
All right. So
That'll be
that would probably be
perfect,
best
because
because originally
they'll
I
be
just
very
wanted
good.
Nicola and Alestra separated because I wanted a healer on each side. But if Nicola wants to,
Well, no, we would still be we would still be separated. We'd just swap. I go to the Foxhound, she goes to the windlass.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying originally. I was making sure that was on either side.
Yeah. No, I agree, 100%. Split the healers so each party has one.
Yes.
I
So
think that's all
yes,
the
no,
steps.
but we will need Orient. No, you can get. Oh, honestly, probably because best to keep Oriander. Because honestly, if there's probably going to be a tougher fight, it's probably going to be on the Foxhound. I'm going to be real.
Yeah. No, Oriander would be going with them
that's
because
the whole
because he can do the shield wall because he has a shield, so he can escort Alestra and Leslok up the gangplank.
Well, here's the thing. Alestra and Leslok are going onto a boat that's got like 10 guys on it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean. It's like, if you go and take your Metal Man on you, you can do the shield wall with Konrad, and you'll probably be a little bit better for dealing with the boss encounter that is, Bloody Brad Vossler on there, and whoever minds he gones on his much bigger ship.
That's a good point. You raise a good point.
I'll solo him.
Konrad probably is going to be solo one, but he might have, 20 dudes with him.
As long as they don't have a ninja Cyclops, I think Konrad will be fine.
They're talking about that for fucking Biles.
The first mate.
Maybe. Cyclops first mate.
Who knows if he's got both eyes?
Look, I've seen One Piece before. They have some weird fucking pirates.
But, so, yes, we, like...
Sorry, I'm just imagining it. Like, what? That would be some anime-ass bullshit if you had a fucking monstrum in your pirate crew.
It's like, how'd you manage that one? Oh, we raised him from a cub.
Nakama.
But,
Okay.
yeah, so...
Sorry.
Yes, I think that splits up everything, and I think that's good. And so basically, after you get done savage the Foxhound, I am gonna say this, and if you got the time, raid the captain's quarter. Take everything that isn't nailed down, books, sheets of paper, whatever chest he has, grab it. We need info. And if he's half the captain I think he is, it'll be either on his person or in his cabin. Like, I don't think he's an idiot, and he has to have C charts, he has to have letters, that stuff. Get it.
Yep.
I'll do my best.
Thank you. The windlass, we won't worry so much about. I don't even know who the windlass captain is.
Captain Lass of the Wind.
On that note,
Please don't be a female captain. I'm going to be so tempted to spare her.
Don't you mean Captain Rose?
Should I get that fire thing I got, Nicola?
Why would you remind him?
Was fucking failings again.
What was that, Aren?
I said, should I get that fire thing you got, Nicola?
Sure.
Yes.
I'll hand him one of my alchemist fires.
That's like, don't be afraid to ask Aurelia to break things. She is very good at that. So tillers, the mast.
Yeah.
Actually, what
honestly, maybe
it's a single object works.
Maybe while everyone else is, since I'll be honest, on myself, I'm only a minor person in combat. I could maybe, while everyone is combating their crew, I could sneak into the captain's cabin and raid it myself, if it's empty.
And what if you find the captain there?
Well, the captain's probably...
That's the thing. If he's not in his cabin. If he's in his cabin, I'm not going in.
Honestly, you're probably better... Like, honestly, Nicola, you're probably better off getting over to the powder room and rigging that shit to blow so it doesn't get everyone on the fucking... on the deck. Well, that you want to blow.
Yeah, Nicola could probably roll his chemistry skill to, like, make a cool little line of powder.
Yeah.
Or engineering. Just that.
That would also work, that's true.
Sorry, I thought of something else when you said line of powder.
We're not doing cocaine on the pirate boat,
powder. That's
dude.
very bad.
Snow flame.
Just fucking snorting. Just alcohol.
Go. We should just go.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about comical trails of gunpowder. Okay, all right.
A wick.
Plan all locked in?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a dumb question, but yeah.
Go for it, Axe.
Okay, what's your dumb question?
My dumb question is, it's entirely separate this of like the time we waiting. How bad an idea is if us like just writes down everything we're doing in his journal that's linked to his mother's journal?
Sure.
No, don't write to his mother. She's gonna have a fucking heart attack.
It's fair.
So anyway, we fought a bunch of dangerous pirates.
Yes, no, you should not write to her right now. You can write a journal.
Write a journal. I thought that was
You're
rad.
tell her
But
writing journal.
I thought it was rad until you said the mother to your journal. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Don't use the sending way journal because that's not helpful right now.
Fair. I'll just write it down then because that's the only journal I have is the one linked to it, and I guess I have another one.
I feel confident saying that you probably have multiple
you
journals.
Say you want another journal? You have fucking 6, so you can have more journals.
Fair. All right.
I thought actually you did buy extra journals.
I think I did
talk about you wanting to get your extra skills of writing and stuff. Anyway,
I have that, yeah.
No, okay. So, anything else you guys want to do in the downtime? You probably got until nightfall is probably about 6-ish hours away.
6 hours?
Okay.
Actually,
Dumb question.
It is late spring, so it might be more like 7.
Should we
Basically,
ask
imagine
for
you
backup?
guys, Inos running up and down the town, and then you guys discussing all of this probably took your whole morning.
It is raining also, so.
Well, that is true. I guess that means that you might have less time.
Like, would it?
It's late spring, so
I want to put this in for
few
the
hours at least.
I want to put this in for the audio people. Would it be stupid if we called Asilfer? Because technically she might show up if we ask her to show up.
No, Asilfer can't. She's not that powerful a fae. She
Okay,
can't.
fair. Okay.
She's
that far
a
distance.
fake.
Okay.
She's a fake cadet. Remember.
Also remember, we have a powerful ass fae on our side already, and she said she had to literally run over the mountains to get here. Asilfor might hear the call, but she would not be able to get here in time to do anything.
That's fair.
Also, to be fair, Asilfer did tell you about her name. She is not the only Asilfer. You're not sure exactly how the magic of fairy names works. You probably, she would tell that you were calling for her, but it would not be a very strong pull.
Gotcha.
As mentioned, yes, she's not a powerful enough fae to just, yoink open the veil and hop over.
God, I really want to give Lady White the name Night of Sorrow. I really want to.
That's something she picked for herself. Or you just put it in the play.
Listen, there is a whole story with Lady White here, and I wish we can do more with it, but we can't right now. I'm thinking about stuff.
All right, let's wait.
You can seduce her later.
I'm not going to seduce Lady White.
Yeah, I don't think it would work.
He wants to memorialize her.
Yeah, he
Take his time to sharpen his weapons.
Yep.
Wait, actually.
I'm gonna start doing stretches.
Never mind. He'll sharpen his knife.
If
I don't think
Lady
his other
White
two
wants to fall in
weapons
love with
require
Inos, that'd be
sharpening
cool,
anymore.
but I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
But, no, I just want to be around Lady White because there is the dramatic around her. Drama levels high.
Yeah, very much so.
Let's go.
So yeah, I think honestly, a lot of the crew follows, comrades, kind of vibe here. Everybody's checking their weapons, sharpening, cleaning, making sure everything's set.
Is humming happily to himself.
Omega, weird ass fucking question. If I use Mend the Soul on clothing, will it actually clean it?
No.
Damn.
It will repair any rips, but it will not make it clean.
Omega, I need the soul. I need to spell clean the soul.
I don't think you can use soulcraft to make clothes magically clean.
Maybe we just need prestidigitation as what school would have Witch, I guess.
I found the ultimate magic. Apply soap.
I can wind lance your clothes. I don't know if that'd do anything good.
That's different.
Wait! Don't you have minor alchemy? Can't you make me some soap?
Oh yeah, no,
yes,
I can.
You could probably do that. I would also actually though I was just going to bring up because I have been looking this up lately because I've been gearing up for your guys' little jaunt to the dragon side to double check stuff. The Iron Demons also just make soaps. Like you guys have access to like volcanic ash residue and stuff like that. So it's entirely possible you have just a pouch full of soap on you.
Oh, cool.
Neat.
Well, I probably have some, but Inos is probably going to. Well, actually, that's a good question. Are there any convenient barrels of rainwater in the vicinity?
Barrels, no, but you guys could probably find like a bucket, an old pot.
Inos is tired of being filthy and is going to spend some time trying to clean his clothes and himself. He is done being a filthy pirate. It'll probably not be effective, but it will at least not let him feel...
Nicola will give him some soap.
Yar. Har fiddly-dee.
Well, Inos will use said soap, whether it's Iron Demon flavored soap or Alchemy flavored soap.
Guys, everyone's cleaning their weapons, maintaining their stuff. Enos is cleaning his best weapon, his body.
It's true. This is
Me and Matthias are doing stretching in the yard.
I want to start.
Yeah, Mattias probably does hit some stretches. Like he also is
Yeah,
like he has
no.
Kestis's iron gauntlets and he's carrying a sword, but he's like, those are fine. And then he's just like,
Gotta limber up.
Inos is like brushing off his boots, pulling off his
Manly
boots.
stretching.
Yeah. Inos has no qualms about well, no, maybe he has a little bit of qualms. He'll probably go into another room. It is not polite to bare his body, especially in the presence of
Fair maidens.
yeah,
young ladies.
yes.
And old ladies.
I'm ready to go.
I'm pretty sure I have nothing that
Moira-
Lady White has not already seen.
Moira, get him, get him.
I was not talking about
doesn't
Moira.
give a shit. And Lady White is not a human.
Yeah.
And is not several of the other kindred. She has other shit. She lives alone by in the woods, guys.
Hey, we're working on that. The power of friendship.
Nah, come on.
I'm gonna have tea time with her and mother after this is all over. I'm gonna do that.
Aurelia probably is practicing, sword forms in the kind of like church space, draw. Sorry, was that an in-character sigh?
Out of character side, don't worry.
I'm
Okay.
slightly worried.
In character, we'd be hitting you with the jams.
I'm just. We probably should already be in the.
All right.
All right. You wait until darkish.
Dark-ish.
The shadows grow long. The rain starts to fade as it gets closer to the day, but fog starts to roll in from the seaside. Is getting ready to set out.
Let's get ready to set out.
So before we set out, Konrad is going to put a crown in the offering bowl.
All right.
Yeah, I like the idea.
You know what? Enos is gonna follow suit.
Yeah, that's all.
Dave travels fair skies.
It's like. It's like.
We're going. I mean, we're going out a boat. We're going. On a, we're shipping out
yes,
anyway. So
yes,
yeah.
X, please. But after that, Enos is gonna set out.
We'll pop a couple pockets. So you're sneaking.
Yep.
As a crew, how we want to go about this to your warehouse approach.
Enos would like to lead, kind of show the way.
Right.
Fog. It might be foggy, so it might not be good. But Enos does have the night eyes.
Actually, speaking of which,
I'm actually before we went out. Could I have done Witherlimb to see like just what the weather would have been,
Pissy.
I
or
think
any significant?
that just takes you a couple hours, right?
It will be significant.
If that, like, it's just you just have to be
It
able. to
doesn't
look
say
at
how
the
long it
sky.
takes to do it. It just tells you the next 12 hours.
Okay, yeah, then you can roll it. Honestly, you could have rolled it in the morning, but we weren't thinking about it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you earlier, but I think like something made me forget.
So you can roll your attempt to do that. But speaking of the phrase "night eyes," it is hours. Okay.
9s.
Okay. The weather is going to be foggy, overcast,
Pissy.
but shouldn't rain again in that 12 hours.
Okay. So when it stopped, it stopped.
Basically, around dusk to later, the nightfall, the rainfall starts to slow off as it converts into more condensation, clouds, and mist, and then when the sun rises and the heat starts percolating is when it starts to downburst.
What's the weather gonna be like? Port weather.
It's running sideways.
There, let's go.
No, it's not that bad. Okay. Let's see if we can figure out. Actually, yeah, we'll take a die. I'll take an extra die on this.
Oof.
The family curse. Aurelia gets a straight. It's okay. She can keep doing this. There we go. 10s. Takes her a little bit of focus, but Aurelia casts Night Eyes, so she can see in the dark for 10 hours?
Rad.
No, it's width. Okay, so does she have a
Sweet.
3x?
Wait, I should cast fucking Night Eyes too. I can do that too. Get that
Yeah, if you
player.
got Night Eyes, yeah, it's hours. It's width and hours, but it's hours. So Aurelia
Within
only gets
hours,
2
we should
sets,
be on
so-
those boats trying to get the fuck out of here.
Master Die
Nope.
10. Just call it that.
Yeah, you could get 3 6s if you want for 3 hours, but you can do 2.
Oh, whipping out 3 6s then, yeah.
Yeah, so that means you take no difficulty or penalties to scrutinize, sight, or direction rolls due to light.
Alright, cool.
Basically, Leslok, since you're actually a player character POV, when you cast this spell, it's like the fucking eye shine filter from Pitch Black. Like
Oh shit.
the world is like dark as hell, and then you cast the spell, blink your eyes open, and everything's just kind of like weirdly blue-gray, but it's visible.
Oh, better than the grayscale tonight.
There's depth and everything, and some idea of color.
Oh, what's
It's a
all
little
those creatures
goofy, but
in the
yeah.
sky? Oh no.
No, it's not literally pitch black. Okay, so
Oh no.
Thank you.
Inos is leading. You guys do your drop off moves and prayers. Anything we're doing to the crew as you're moving to try and make yourself stealthier, or do you guys just want to let ride on the fact that it's pitch fucking dark and it's probably like everybody's getting like plus 2d to stealth right now?
I would like to cast Soul of Night. I got the spell. I got the stuff to use it. I would like to use it at least once. And also, when I start casting Terrify, it'll probably make me very hard for them to find where the fuck I am.
Yep.
But I
Yeah,
will
let's
ask,
go
out of
ahead and give
character,
me this
is everyone okay with that? Because it will not just affect me, it will affect everybody.
What does it do exactly?
I will read it out for you real quick.
Okay.
Soul of Night. Let's see here. A spell often called the opposite of Soul of Light, which may be tied to obscure and ancient magics of ages past. But the Iron Demons are perfectly content to work in darkness as instantaneous. So, this calls for the soul of an object to become hungry, devouring light and heat in a small radius, snuffing candles, dimming lights, and even obscuring vision. To do this, have dark an object, cold jab, blah 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 blah, several seconds to cast. Once cast, for a number of minutes equal to height, the enchanted object absorbs light and heat within 33 feet. This will snuff out most handheld light sources like torches, candles, and lanterns. It will cause larger sources like campfires and cinders to burn down to embers. If cast in even open sunlight, it will cause a strain haze to pedal over this, blah blah blah. The effect that this causes everyone in the area will get penalty on sight and scrutinize, but not hearing rolls, equal to the width of the sorcery spell. Those with dark vision, such as Iron Demons and Attuned Soulcars, are unaffected. If it makes more sense, this would also take a bonus to their stealth roll instead. Note this is addition to the natural, -1 or -2, which may be granted by natural concealment. So basically, what happens is I cast this, and everything within 33 feet of Inos, specifically, it's centered on him, will become really fucking dark. Lights will go out, and even more darkness will be put on top of that.
Darker than darkness.
Yes, it'll be darker than dark.
None of you said you were going to do this with light sources, so I assume you're already not torching and lanterning.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
means that if people need help guidance, just fucking hold on to me.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like I said,
Aurelia and Leslok are able to see because they are using magical dark vision.
Good old rope.
Everyone just hold on to the rope. That's a good idea.
I will put my hand on your shoulder and let you lead me.
But I asked, is anyone going to oppose me casting this?
Nope.
All right, then Inos
Commit to this.
will cast
Fire it
Soul
off.
of Night. Just wanted to make sure that everyone was on board with that. Well, actually, no, 10d10 because this is actually to protect all of you. Did I?
2s, 2 6s, 2 3.
Just twos?
Yeah. It's height minutes.
Yeah, height minutes, but the penalty is based upon width. So I have a master.
Keep in mind, I did just say it's already probably like +2 if you guys aren't using any lights.
All right,
So
then I'll use.
It's already dark.
Sorry, I'm sorry I'm humming a bit, but I'm trying to debate if I want to just use my master time so it's a 10, so it's just an additional 2, but we got 10 minutes, or go for the 6, which is almost half the time, but it'll be -3.
I mean, like I said, they're already getting -2. Also, they're not rolling. It's bonuses to your stealth. They're unworthies, so.
Then, bonuses to our stealth. Yeah, let's go. I'll make it 10.
I'd go high.
10, yeah, go high. So it'll be 2x10. Everyone will get a +2 to their stealth, and it will last for 10 minutes.
All right, everybody roll coordination plus stealth. Again, you're actually at +4 dice to this because it's already fucking dark. And then Inos made it double dark. Literally double the darkness.
I guess I roll of 8d10.
Those of you who are wearing like medium armor, I think, do have to make like a difficulty.
Yeah.
But
everyone's making a
You
stealth
said
check now.
4 extra dice?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, can I tie in my mission of being? I make sure everyone comes back alive.
You are everyone, yes. I
It's
think
like,
about that one for a second, but you
I
are
don't.
included
If I
inside everyone.
if I fuck this up, I'm endangering everyone.
It's true.
You do
yeah.
endanger, yeah. Also,
endanger yourself.
4 8s.
oh my god, I will declare my expert
You
dice
just had to
as
show me up.
6.
Okay.
Well, I got 3 9s instead, because fuck me, I guess. I'm bad with extra dice.
Expert dice is a little hard to call. I think it's better for combat skills because you just
That's true.
do free called shots basically. Oh no, Inos has not rolled stealth separately.
I thought I did.
Oh no, okay, okay. You got your stealth is right after. Were you also 10? Yeah.
Yeah.
You got +4. Yeah. That's right. Okay, yeah. So now everybody's good there.
It's fucking 10 dice on the mark.
Yeah. Also, because they're getting +4, I'm not rolling for everyone.
Really, it's
You succeed.
So yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
All right.
Especially because some of you got like crazy good widths on those 9 and 10 dice you're rolling.
I'm like leading half the people behind.
Yeah, I think how it is like people are basically strung out between like behind Leslok, Aurelia, or Inos himself.
Yep.
So that you're not all like a giant single file line that's easy to see.
Yep.
Also, you've only got 33 feet, so you can't like stretch out infinitely.
No. But Inos is gonna move into position, and I'm gonna wait for other people to get into position to jump guys, because.
Well, as you guys are crossing the town, I would like all of you to make me a hearing roll.
Oh no!
Yay! Good skill.
No.
Yeah, I had a feeling this was gonna happen.
7s.
7s?
6s on me.
6s?
3 9s again. What the fuck?
3 9s.
4 4s on 5
Okay,
dice.
All right, Loth.
Listen, that's the Logesh luck. That's the Logesh luck.
You win, Loth. You win.
Where is it?
No, 4s. Conrad's highest is 4s.
GG.
Oh, damn it, there's no appropriate gift for just never punished.
I mean, listen. Remember how you won that
guess
sword
what?
tournament?
While it's taking my luck.
Oh shit!
You're
yeah.
Whatchamacallit, it's not a time sensitive roll, so technically height is better, but you did roll a shitload of width. It's very cool. Okay, so as you guys are going, you guys hear
A signal.
Yes. Yeah. Out from the water, you guys hear it's muffled by the fog and kind of like lost in the ocean sounds. But those of you who do succeed in a hearing roll, which was basically all of you, you guys are killing it. Is you hear basically a short, like, horn or bugle call. Nicola, Konrad, you know, because you guys have a little bit of expert sailor, I believe, both of you.
Yes.
It's not like literally a fog horn, but it's foggy, so somebody, another ship, is blowing a horn signal because you can't see signal lanterns in this weather.
Fuck, they're here.
So,
One's here.
obviously, you guys are technically inside of double darkness, so looking out to the bay will be a little tough for some of you. But some of you may be able to make the attempt. That said, let's see. Who rolled really good, though?
What? Speak up! I can't see you.
Shh. Shush. Shushba. Okay, Nicola got 9s.
Inos got 6s.
4 4s, I think, is the biggest.
I got
Well, that's
7.
the fastest.
No, width doesn't matter.
Oh, height? I think it's me.
You got 9s. Axe got 7s. Enos got 6s. Konrad also just got 4s.
Yeah.
It's very distant, but those three of you who rolled above 5, difficulty was 5 for the extra stuff. In the distance, you hear another sound. It sounds more like it's coming from inland, kind of a distant, like, boom, 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 boom.
Oh, no.
Could be rolling thunder, could be falling stones.
Could be hoofbeats.
No, definitely not hoofbeats.
Could be war drums.
I was thinking drums.
Rolling Stone.
Enos and Leslok. Not to call my shot a little too much, but I believe both of you have the linguistic genius ability.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Linguist, yes.
I have
Yes.
linguist and linguist genius, yeah.
Actually, what is the difference between the two?
What?
I think. I'll check.
One, well, mechanically, I can tell you, one just gives you a free language point every session. The other one downgrades it, so you only need one XP to upgrade dice. So it's really easy to get master die.
Okay, so
one is-
yeah, we won't go too hardcore about it. Both of you, make me a flat knowledge roll.
Flat knowledge.
Fuck, okay.
Just
At
roll
least we're
knowledge.
lucky. All right, 40-10. I got 3s.
I didn't get anything.
Okay, and you're rolling just knowledge. To clarify what I just asked you to roll, I basically just asked you to roll a language check that you don't have any points in.
Yeah.
Oh, like drum code.
Everyone.
Okay.
Yes, actually. Leslok, you can't be 100% sure what the meaning of what you're hearing is. But Logesh described to you some sounds the other night that were rhythmic. He wasn't sure if they were man-made or not. You're also not, like, at only 7 height on your hearing, you're not 100% sure if you're hearing something that's man-made or not either. But if it is, boy howdy, these rolling hills and cliffs, you could carry a drum beat a long way. If you had a code, if you had a pre-described signal of long and short notes, you know, you could communicate over very long ranges, and nobody who was not studied in this would understand exactly what you mean. At 3s, you can't be 100% sure what this signal is. I guess the best way I would put it is
Code.
whatever this
Yeah.
string is, it's very short and fast. Presumably, it is something of a message that you want to communicate your meaning. Very fast and simple.
This direction, or we're here, or so on.
So, those of you have heard like I said, naval trumpet call from out in the bay. Some of you hear some, could be very probably signal drums. You guys are basically posted up, as close as you can get to the warehouses before Inos starts sucking guys' lamps up with his light. What's the play? Call the ball.
Signal.
Inos is going to stare straight at Leslok and says, "Does it change anything?" In a harsh whisper.
It only changes how many people you have to deal with.
Fucking hell.
Inos kind of makes this weird, confused expression as you don't actually know what those drums mean.
I think he's referring to the naval call.
The foghorn as well.
Sorry, I should clarify also because Konrad and Nicola understood it. The call coming out of the fog is like, "Hello over there. We're sending."
Yeah, no, that one we understand. Yeah, that one we understand.
Don't shoot us. We're coming out of the fog.
And it's like, if we move fast enough, we might not have to deal with any of it. So I'm going to make, hurrying motions to people to start getting into position.
Shing!
That's position.
Everybody presses their stance button.
Yeah. Or press Z.
All right, everyone ready for?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
It wasn't picked up. I tried to crack my knuckles to the mic.
I heard somebody clap, but yeah.
I did clap.
Konrad puts on his mask.
Inos is going to start casting Terrify, and it's going to probably be doing nothing but casting Terrify.
We're starting combat, which means we go in sense order.
Ah, very well done.
2!
I believe that is... Hold on. Am I 2s? No, I am 2 still. Yay!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're 2.
I guess the charm would just not.
The plan, I won't like completely box you guys out of player knowledge. The plan, Logesh, is that Inos is going to cast Terrify, and he's going to catch some number of these guys in his radius, because it's bigger than your Soul of Night radius. You're... Probably should have drawn a little, warehouse stock, but, if you're pressed up against, one of the walls of the warehouses, Inos, you're still probably not close enough to catch all 4 groups.
That's fine by me, personally.
Yeah, I mostly say that just because if you cross the 33 mark, they're going to know because they are carrying hooded lanterns.
Yeah. No, that's fine. As long as I can get 2 or more, I'm happy.
You're definitely getting 2.
Okay.
Fucking square quadrilaterals and triangles and shit. Oh, I'm assuming everybody has... You don't have to fuck around with the draw mechanic, because that's why Inos was like, everybody ready?
Yeah. I'm probably waiting this round until after the Terrify.
You're talking about
what you declare later. So,
Logi's here. Claymore's here. So,
let's see.
That's right. I keep having...
In terms of, it's better that I just wait actually for Inos to do his thing. So I guess I'm just gonna do nothing because it's basically the go signal. Once he does his thing, that's the go.
You ready in action?
Can I ready to run after he does his thing?
Something like that.
I feel like there's something, but I don't remember what. Hang on, let me check here.
I like to bank in action.
Wait. Sometimes you don't want to give an advantage of acting faster. Waiting is something a meta maneuver. Wait to hit, wait to slam, wait to threaten, etc. So yes, you can say, I'm waiting, but it's your turn to resolve phase. Then time your action to...
When was that?
The birds!
It's the birds.
Yeah, the fucking loud bird.
It's fine.
Sound like raptor.
So yeah, you can basically hold an action, but it has to be something that you has a holding moment. You don't say I'm waiting to dodge or parry. You just say I'm dodging or parrying.
Okay, I guess I'll be running as soon as Like, I'll get into position, start getting ready to sprint in once the Terrify happens.
Right. So you'll be prepared to roll body plus run.
Yes, thank you.
And you were saying I'm waiting, which means that your action will be timed to go off when Enos's Terrify fires.
You can't see I'm doing the fucking finger guns. Because, yes.
Is that or the thumbs up? Actually, it's too late to change the plan now because it's fucking after 12 o'clock anyway.
Yep.
Should have done is sent some people around the far side so then I could separate out NPCs and also you guys could, divide and conquer. Alas, we're here now. Any of these NPCs have sense too? Good old Mattias Gladwin.
Yay, I'm not the only one.
Sense
There's
two,
another
boy.
there's another PC that has sense 2.
Yeah, but you didn't say
Are you
shit.
also sense two?
Yes, I'm sense 2.
I thought you were sense 3. Okay.
No, I'm sense
well.
2.
All right, well, you also declare.
All right, I declare. So we can
Basically,
hold actions,
you guys can
right?
see one group of 10 guys, and you see the corner of the warehouse. You know that there's more guys around that corner.
So, oh my god, question: does Oriadnir share my sense order, or do I use his sense for his sense order?
No, he declares on his sense, technically.
Okay, fair enough. Then he doesn't declare it. So I will attempt to basically make essentially a because he's about to cast Terrify, right?
You know that's the plan.
Yeah, because you did bring it up, so I'm gonna basically attempt to start making my way to the other side.
All right, that'll be a long run to run around the warehouses now, but yeah, you can try it.
Stealthily but quickly.
Well, if you want to do both, guess what, fucker? That's a multiple action.
Yep.
So whatever's the lower of your stealth and your run pool.
Oh, it's run.
Minus
Never
one
mind
die.
then. I thought it was
Yeah.
going to be
You want
athletics.
to fucking run? No.
Yeah.
Fair enough. No, that makes sense. In that case, just be stealthily.
All right, so you will not increase your distance. You can only move 15 feet around this way.
Yeah.
Oops, no, I was wrong math operation. All right. And Nicola, you're moving at a rate of 15 feet around. If you continue at that pace, going the long way around the warehouses, you will make it there in approximately 30 rounds.
Okay, never mind. I'm just going to prep an alchemist fire jar to throw.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, just your turn, Lucky. I think oh no, Mattias' turn.
Mattias is going to declare. He's going to dodge. Actually, no, he's going to parry. Because he can barehanded parry. All right, sense 3. Hey, Inos, you're 3, right?
I'm 3. You know what 3's is going to do?
Yeah.
3's going to cast Terrify. That's what he's going to do.
Okay. All right.
I don't believe you.
God, do we want to just...
Can we just retcon that we sent the NPCs ahead or around or something? I feel like this is going to be a while.
If you want to do that, that's fine.
Could we send Aurelia's group out in the back?
Sure.
That's true. Aurelia can lead them. She can see.
Oriadnir will be with them.
Because I don't want to I don't want to be mean to the NPCs and stuff. But if we have a mega rolling for every NPC in this fucking fight, this is going to take fucking forever.
Yeah, let's abbreviate it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Literally gonna
Hey,
make stuff
so I can tell. I mean, if you send all the NPCs out there, you know that I mentioned that fourth group that you're definitely not getting in Terrify. They're probably all dead now.
Okay, I will say this. Everhelm stays with me just because of
Yeah. Everhelm stays with you.
That makes sense.
We can do one. He's also sense 3. Hey, guess what? He's going to declare parry for you, Leslok.
Yay.
That's it. Sense 3
Actually,
done.
No wait. Oriadnir should probably stay with me just because. Yeah.
Sure, why not?
It's fine. You can use the extra economy. Okay.
Thanks.
So Enos, you're declaring you're throwing. I think that's all the other sense 3s.
The birds agree.
So
They know what's up.
Oriadnir's sense 5, I think, or 4.
Oriadnir is sense 5. Yeah. No, he sense 4. He has 4 in all stats.
I thought
Yeah,
you rolled a
think
10,
that
I
was
thought it was
like 8s
5.
or 9s.
No,
Oh, you
I
rolled
rolled a
10s.
9. I rolled a 9.
Okay.
He has
So
a
you
bunch
round
of
up or
skill
round down.
points.
Doesn't really matter. So that it does technically matter because it's him now. It's 4. What's where you at?
Yeah, he will declare a parry for me.
Also simple. 5. Logi and Logi, I think.
Yeah.
Logi and
Uh,
Logi.
Logi and Logi, injury lawyers.
How far away are the guards from our position?
Probably 35 feet. I want to say.
Okay. Then I
Pretty
guess
sure.
I will-
Pretty sure Inos got as close as he could.
Fair. Then I'll probably just try to do a run. I'll just wait for him. I'll wait for Enos to go and then run.
So yeah, you know he's declaring, so you're gonna run.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go run
This
also.
is so loud.
God, the birds are loud.
Jeez, they heard us. Konrad's running
Okay.
directly at them.
Oh, you too?
They, in case you didn't know, by the way, they did not declare because they didn't see shit. So,
Yeah.
roll them.
All right.
Question: if I notice that Konrad is also going to be at the same time as me, actually not. It's no point trying to get the extra
you
die
already
or just
declared.
being like, yeah, I didn't notice, so doesn't matter. I'll roll.
That's the thing. You have a higher sense order
order
than other people.
does matter.
Yep.
You could probably bank that too. I got 8s.
Holy shit!
So I guess
it's
it'll be-
okay. I think it's you get 5 foot for each width, so you can run 25 feet.
All right, cool. That's so I can make it there. I'll be able to do a move and then attack next.
Yeah, you can do your native movement.
That's some 9s.
Just for Everhelm.
Well, I'm glad I got fucking Master Die. I think I wouldn't make it otherwise.
Jesus fuck.
Jesus Christ.
He is very eager.
He just fucking what was it? 0 shifts over to them.
Fucking shadow shift.
No, Everhelm's parrying. He's not running.
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah, he's not running.
His body is my his
Now,
body
he
is
will
my
not
shield.
be able to do that next turn because the way width and shit works. Leslok will have ditched him by then.
I'll
So
I'll
he'll
protect you,
catch
my
up.
I'll protect you, my lord. Looks back, it's gone.
All right, everybody roll.
Yeah.
Who's got the biggest width? Anybody got 3s? Actually, no. Dallas didn't roll. He's got a throw.
I will declare 6 again.
You get 2 6s. That is your best
2.
set.
Yeah, 2 6s.
That's
Okay. So yeah, I think Everhelm technically has the widest at 10. So if anybody was attacking, Leslok, he'd have a shitload of gobble dice, but we're not, so it doesn't matter. So I think we're on. Yeah, you can't use the 1s. So what do you want to put your master die at, Enos? 10s?
10.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Or near parries at a 10 for me as well. Sorry.
All right, so 4 of those guys, a significant body of them, are just ah! 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 You can't see
Let's
that
keep
point.
into the darkness.
What the fuck is that? Ah! So the four of the 10 guys you can see run and just dive into the water. Fuck it, we ball.
Oh no.
I think only half those dudes can swim.
To put a fucking shot on me.
Also, round the corner, can't see them, but boy, Enos, can you hear them? They're just like, ah, devils, demons in the waters, they're coming for me. This land is cursed.
Trolls in the dungeon.
That's pirate feet across stone and wood piers. So you're pretty sure you got some of Group 2 in there.
Okay.
So that means that there's at least 4 guys out of that group that are gone. And boy, are they fucking yelling, screaming bloody murder.
And then
Which we did
firebomb.
because see.
We saved the city, Patrick.
Technically, I think our next height is... Nope, Konrad, yeah. So, Konrad, you haul ass, 25 feet.
And then I'll keep moving. With my intentions moving around the corner and engaging that group. So,
Yeah. You moved 25 right now, so that's because you got a 2 on your run set.
yeah, that's it.
Actually, wait, do you want more? Don't you have a mastery die on run because of 7 league boosts?
Oh, I do. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you could do 3 9s.
All right, 3
Don't you
nines.
also? Yeah.
Yeah, so you move fucking 30 feet in 1 round. And it's good that you are not planning on engaging this first group of guys. For reasons we'll get into when we get to 6. At 2x8, Leslok, you also haul ass out of the darkness, leap out of the soul of night, sword in one hand, ready to rumble. And you, like I said, you run about 25 feet. I believe that does take us to the 6s. So, Alchemist Fire, 5-foot radius. Sails through the air. 3 of those guys, of which there were 6 left, incinerated instantly.
Holy shit.
I mean, not instantly, but they're covered head to toe in alchemist fires. They die.
I think I
the
look away.
water.
I look away. It's like,
It
the
won't
water
help.
does nothing!
The water won't help.
They don't have
The
those
goggles.
first 3 guys don't have time to get into the water. The remaining 3 guys next turn will technically be got again. Because did you happen to note, Dallas, what your width was on this alchemist fire roll?
Yes, I did. I'll probably be using most of it out here because I'm not going to use any of these on the boat. Because, yeah.
So it was what was the width
This
of
one
this
would have
you just
been
drew?
with. I only have one with 3, so I'll just say it was a with 2.
Okay, so this will burn for
2 rounds.
2 additional rounds.
Yeah.
So do not step in that fire.
Yeah, don't.
It's very bad. And then did Logesh get in his run?
Yeah, I believe
Technically, the
2
smart thing would be to
same
make
angles.
way to the hills and cover yourself in dirt.
It
But
won't last that long.
no,
Even on the ground, I think it rolled around.
yeah,
All right, cool. We're onto the next phase of declaration. I think we resolved everybody. So, minions and mooks declare first. There's 3 guys left in this group. Since they are on fire and will not escape, they're going to attempt to dive into the water. It will not help them. They're dead. They're going to take another morale attack 3 equivalent this round, and they're going to die. So they're dead. Since there is a pool of fire now backlighting that corner, group number 2, which is only 6 guys, is going to fire their crossbows wildly at the only person they can see, which is Konrad. For the moment, group number 3 is not going to fire because simultaneously group number 4, the farthest group, is getting the absolute shit kicked out of them. I think you sent 7 or 8 NPCs over there, which includes Moira, Aurelia, Lady White, etc.
yeah, more about Lady White.
Those guys are in
Lady
for a
White's not
bad
gonna go
time.
ham unless Aurelia's in danger, but Ike's over there with her warhammer, so even if you're assuming they're only taking out one unworthy around, that's we're knocking down 6 or 7 guys around.
2
So
rounds.
those guys are getting their shit pushed in. So group 3 doesn't know what to do. They are going to declare a wait to fire their crossbows. So they're not going to necessarily target Konrad right away, but presumably they're going to draw down and shoot at whoever, seems like they're actually coming close to them first.
Sorry, Omega. Did I get group 3 with the Terrify, or was it just groups 1 and 2?
Just 1 and 2. 3 is
Okay.
at 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Which I think is fair enough because group number 1 is gone.
They've been taken.
They got scared and burned.
Do any of us feel like horrified by everyone? The people just being
Yes, I don't
terribly
like
trash?
making alchemist fire, but I was asked to make it.
Yeah, to use on
It's
the
true.
boat! I never said to use it on
Actually-
people!
Actually, no, Enos. You asked him to make it in case there were zombies.
Fair enough.
That is very true.
To be clear.
But also,
At
it
the
was to
time, it
burn
was an
down.
awesome.
But I did say zombie, but the intent was to use it on things that we can burn down, like buildings, boats. You're the one who decided, I'm going to use fire on it, so don't you dare
That's
put
fair.
this on anybody else.
You could have shot them with a
Well,
bow.
I don't actually feel that. I don't feel that horrified because I don't know if you,
Did someone?
pirates are very bad people in reality.
Yeah, but this is
Oh,
still a bit
it's-
much.
Yeah, just because they're bad people doesn't mean that it's not absolutely terrifying to sickening to see flesh burn, meat sizzle, and screams to fill up the night. If you get enjoyment
fair.
of that, Dallas, I'm going to be
I don't
very
get
upset
enjoy-
with you.
No, I do not get enjoyment.
Was
Don't get me wrong.
past them when they got exploded. So...
I do not get enjoyment. I do not get enjoyment
Yes.
from this. I feel
I found
nothing.
it.
Fuck.
It's not be ghosts.
But this is our house.
If only you put this much effort into thinking about what you're doing right now. By the way,
I know,
two
right?
separate.
Let's see here. So I've run up. Have I made it?
You
to
can be
them, though?
reasonably certain that the remaining minions in the group who are about 10 feet from you are not going to be a threat much longer.
So I don't need to worry about them. Okay.
Yes, you do know that there are more guys around the corner who are probably screaming about, "Holy shit, we're being attacked!"
Okay, those are the guys I'll be running towards.
Right.
So that'll be another.
Another run roll.
Yep, another run roll. Yeah, they can't
Well,
attack
guess
him
what?
when I
Since
get
he's
them,
declaring
can I?
first and he gets to move 15 feet for free, well, guess what, guys? We're so back. We've never been more back. Group 3's gonna use their weight to shoot their crossbows at Logesh.
Let's go.
Harry stand.
I'm
Harry
going
stand. Come on.
to. I'm also in the 2 group as the residents, as the part of the resident Slowby group. I'm going to quick draw. Well, not quick draw. I'm going to draw and fire, which makes the dice go down. At the group, which one's closer? The one shooting Logesh or the one shooting Konrad?
Comrades group.
Okay, I'll shoot at the Konrad group.
This decreases your width by 1 for purposes of
Yep.
speed.
Which essentially makes it neutral because I get a +1 width. So
Flame weapons are very funny, but also I don't think I've never not made players feel bad about using.
Yeah, no, literally made me sore. I'm never going to use fire on my enemies unless I absolutely hate them or I am absolutely dead inside.
Listen, I
I'll
don't
say
ever
this.
use-
I think the reason Nicola is less horrified is because he already had his horrifying flame moment because he has the burning soul fire thing, which is arguably more horrifying.
True, I think you did Hadoken some dogs.
He as off the black dogs point blank.
Yeah, I felt way worse about that because, once again, I'm burning their soul. And my soul.
It's very
Well,
unpleasant.
yours comes back a little bit.
Slowly.
But it comes back.
Regenerates gradually. Okay, that was all our 2s. We go to C. Everhelm's going to do a run roll to catch up with Leslok. He's very good at that. So you're also 3.
If I move up my free 15 feet, will I be able to catch group 3 in my Terrify?
Yeah.
Then I will do that. Inos will boldly stroll 15 feet forward and cast Terrify once more.
I'll wait for after the Terrify, and then I will go approach, I think, group...
No, you're declaring after, yeah. So
Yeah. Oh, wait. 4?
I don't think we have any 4s.
no, or
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, there.
Or you're yeah,
Or
metal man. Or
Ooh.
Are they go in there, or they just like support a block for you?
Dallas.
Dallas.
4B
Yeah.
Derby.
Oh, yeah.
Oriadnir, he's going to charge at the ones firing at Logesh and draw his oh god, what weapon did they give
Should
him?
already be
He
drawn.
should already have his rapier out.
Well, he has his
Yeah,
rapier
either one.
drawn. No, actually, because oh no, he wouldn't have a shield up for this encounter. So yeah, he would have his rapier drawn. He has two weapons, a longsword and a rapier, but the rapier is more for not with a shield.
Oh, okay, that's cute.
I'm sorry, a rapier and shield just looks silly. It just looks silly.
Well, he does have a bigger
fine.
shield. Rapier plus buckler is a pretty common.
No, yeah, regular and buckler is fine.
Say that
but
later when I have my shield and
Claymore?
Silver Fang.
that looks terrifying, though. That's the difference.
No, he's using Silverfang, which is a rapier, but it's
Which is the
Oh.
only one, yeah.
Yeah, but that's like a magical rapier. That's more forgivable. Anyway.
anyway. Yeah, he's gonna run, so he rolls his body plus run pool. He moved to sense 5. Logi and Logi.
After
at law.
Terrify, I'm gonna move in.
Damn it, I was gonna type it.
After Terrify, I was gonna move into, I think, the group Logesh is near. They're like 2 or 3.
Yeah, they're 2. You're still. They're still around the corner.
Okay. Group 2, I'll go in there. I'm gonna do an attack because I don't need to roll run for it.
Yeah, you do. They're down the pier.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll go for the other group then, just because
I'm not even to the second group yet.
All right.
Which
go join
group is the
Conrad.
other group in this context?
I will go join Conrad. Where we probably just...
Okay.
This will be a joke I think only Omega will get. But I'm hearing Logi and Loki in the same tone as James and James.
I don't know that. What is that?
I got it.
All right, moving
Yeah,
on.
that's why I said only Omega.
Well,
will get it.
actually, not that old. Middle school AH joke.
No, I got it. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Don't
your
discuss
taste.
it. Please play the game.
Konrad declares parry.
Okay.
He parries.
He's gonna cut those bolts out of the air.
Your parry crossbow bolts.
Yeah.
You can do that. You are allowed to do that.
Sounds rad.
Pretty sick.
Alrighty. Everybody has declared.
Yeah.
Roll them.
I don't think. So, Oriana will be running, right?
Yes, body plus run.
Yeah. He doesn't have run, so it'll just be his body.
All right,
I was
so
really
we're
hoping
go.
for a fucking 3-width here.
So Omega, you said it just reduces width, not the dice pool?
Draw just means your width is treated as 1 for purposes of.
Yeah, I need to make sure everyone comes back alive. So
You're
I'm gonna
slow.
thing. Let's do that.
Okay. 210.
I'm also using iron parry for this.
2-4. It's 2-4.
What's every hell's run?
I did not get high.
And then we're at nearest run.
It does say.
Look at that. 3 6s, fucking 2 8s, and 2 7s. That's a lot of parrying.
Ah, it increases by that. Okay.
He's got to worry about the thing. You gotta worry about is the
success.
enemy got 10s.
I think the width counter is at.
Not normally.
Nope.
Okay.
So I will
To
effectively have,
use gobble dice, you must have both the
Must
width
meet or
to
exceed the height.
speed it and the height to catch it.
Gobble.
Well, has everything rolled yet? I'm not sure. Sorry.
I believe so.
I
I'm
think
done.
everybody rolled,
Oh,
and I rolled
wait.
3 times.
I forgot.
That's what I was wondering. I was like, I feel like someone was missing. There we go.
Oh, yay. Both run succeeds.
All right, you guys will run 25 feet. You'll get up to where group 2 is.
Just to see them burn.
Nope.
God.
Oh, no.
Two's not the
Group
one.
1 is the
Oh, no,
one that was on
one
fire.
burned, excuse me.
One is gone.
One. That was one. Excuse
They
me.
are burnt.
I think the only person who still sees what's happening to those guys is Inos, because you're just kind of like, briskly strolling like a cool guy. So
Yeah.
you get to watch as those 3 guys basically still on fire, ripping their own clothing off, dive into the water, which just means that unfortunately they die wet.
Yeah, they burn underwater.
That's even worse than burnt, dying, tired. But sorry.
But yeah, don't-
Actually, no. Nicola probably would be horrified because, honestly, thinking about it, napalm itself is just a horrifying thing.
It
So
really is.
watching the oil burning would be meh. Ugh.
But
Yeah, Iron Parry is only.
well,
Conrad really needs a superior
which
interception.
group is shooting Conrad?
I mean, I
So
do
the
have
group
superior
two is shooting.
interception.
Group shoot is
I did
two.
not invoke it though, so
Group 2 is shooting Konrad. Group 3 is shooting Logesh.
Because,
Yes.
like I said, my Terrify is going off at 310s, which means it should peel off 4 guys immediately off each group.
This is true. I think we should count.
But that's the question I
damage.
want to ask: is if any of them have will beat that height to get their shots off before me.
The width. I mean, no. The thing is the width, and that's no. I don't think so. Let me see. What did I roll for Log? Actually, no. Logesh rolled 3 1s. Group 3. Yeah, so they won't go either.
And
You-
I'm not
you-
entirely
it's
sure
right,
how
you
you
have a
want to
master
do
dice,
that
so
with
you're
those
at 3
sets,
10s.
but there should be 4 less dice in that pool.
It is a morale attack, so we'll say that counts as they got to drop a die.
Okay.
They are being damaged effectively. It's only 1 instance, but group 2 does only have 2 sets or 1 set, so they're cooked. Group 3 can go down to 2x1, and technically they could do 2x3. But yeah, Conrad, you're around the corner. You're running forward. You've got your weapon out. You're pretty good at parrying, but you think one of these guys has you like dead to rights, crossbow right at your head, and then just whoop, whoop, whoop. And he just that guy passes out.
He looks at your
3 of
basket.
the other
Suddenly
guys
the,
just turn tail and run.
the bastard starts moving. In his perspective, the bastard starts talking to him.
He's just like. So yeah, assuming you don't like coup de grace that pirate who just passed out from fear, he's going to start telling the tale of the warg-headed man. He came out of the darkness,
so
fire in his eyes.
That's pretty good publicity, honestly.
Some of the guys who are aiming at Logesh do like misfire their crossbows and scatter, but some of them look like they're still roughly on par there.
And now do we go to 10, 9?
Oh yeah, it was 3 10s. Anybody else get 3 width?
No, nothing.
No.
I did, but I don't need to parry anymore. So
Yes, the group has been damaged.
Omega said the thing.
True enough.
I got it.
Bless you.
Oh, actually, I should say also, Comrade, I assume you're still moving your free 15?
yeah,
So you were probably 10 or 15 feet from group 2, and then probably another, like, 10 feet from group 3.
sounds good.
All right. So then we go to 2x10. Actually, it's 3x10 because it's or 1x10, I should say, because of the
Moral
Nicola has
attack.
a speed penalty.
Yeah,
So
I have 2
anybody
by 10.
else? Yeah, but it counts as 1x10 for speed.
I have 2
Well,
fours.
no, but my good bow ability gives it width, so doesn't that cancel out?
Oh, is that for both speed and damage?
I'm gonna check.
Because yes, then technically you should have shot already as well. That would also be 310.
I remembered like his ability that adds an extra whiff to damage.
I don't know.
Damage check.
Yeah, of course you don't know.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, it's damage only. Never mind. No, it's 110 with for purposes of.
Actually, wait. Oh fuck! Actually, I do have 3 whiff. Actually, I have 3 fours because Master Stroke. When I have successful, I increase it by 1 whiff for speed and damage.
Wait. Who are you sorting?
Group 2.
How are you doing
reach them?
I thought I was like I ran last turn and I'm doing my natural move to attack them, or is it like am I saying the wrong?
Nope.
group?
They're around the corner. Yes, group One was the close one that you were running at.
And they're dead.
Sorry, I interpret that as you declared, I'm going to catch up to Konrad. But Konrad's not within melee range of anybody.
Oh, okay.
He's corner.
Okay.
That's why I went with ranged attacks.
Never mind.
Yeah. What I'm learning is you guys really need to think about range, because if you're just gonna like JoJo walk at enemies,
I only have guns that
Terrifying is pretty
my range
effective.
weapons are guns.
No. Like, Inos is doing great. The JoJo walk, ripping enemies off.
Leslok, I'm gonna be honest. A guy already threw an alchemist fire.
That's fair, but continuous
Sound
gun.
of that probably isn't as loud as a gunshot, but also definitely a lot more light.
That's fair. I guess I just take it as alchemist fire sounds different than actually a gunshot.
Also, remember, the reinforcements are coming. I don't know if stealth is an all-encompassing, like, we need to do this fast.
You guys don't know shit about reinforcements or anything, because you went, oh, something's happening. Double go, double go plan.
Well, no, I assumed reinforcements are coming for the pirates. I didn't say anything about the drums. I don't know shit about no drums.
Yes,
No,
exactly. You're making an assumption.
Yeah, but also, Omega, I do want to point out, I don't know if it's in range red, but once Soul of Night Crash throws us the fire, that should get suppressed a little bit. I don't know.
That's true. Yes, you're still. You had 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's only burning for a few seconds. Yes, if you approach, that should make it die down to embers. It's still like a weird glowing patch.
Yes, but it is probably not a giant beacon of hey.
Yeah. There was still a few seconds where there was a big firelight out there. Yeah,
someone would probably assume it's like someone's torch or something.
Well, someone's going to assume something's happening. People are screaming and they're splashing in the water.
Well, yeah.
But whether they come to investigate that or not, well, we don't know.
Actually, funnily enough, those three guys who burned to death in the water jumped away from Inos as well. So there's like weird lights in the ocean now. For another couple of turns. It's not like the big splash of fire. It's just like weird light because it goes through water. Water also.
With any luck, they'll assume they're ocean ghosts or some shit.
I don't know, but we should probably keep going.
Let's go.
Yeah. So anyway,
I moved.
Yeah. You sprint up. The main thing is just that I think the only other attack that actually is doing anything is at Nicola fires. And you're aiming at group.
The one that was shooting at Logesh.
Okay, so that's group 3. So they're down 4 guys. They're at 6 guys. Well, now they're 5 guys.
Yeah, as I headshot one of them.
All right. They'll lose the other. Actually, no, they shoot. That's right. They shoot Logesh first because they're at 2 width.
Yep.
Yeah.
Logesh.
Well, no, I'm at 2 width.
We're both at 2 width.
Nope. You still don't understand how that works, Dallas.
Right.
Drew the bow.
I'm at 1 width.
That's right. Thank you. Logesh, you take 2 killing damage to hit location 3.
Which is one of my legs?
Left arm.
Hand.
Left arm.
Left
2
arm
killing, you say?
Yeah. These are
An
light
armor
crossbows,
rating-
so they're not AP.
Okay, so yeah, my armor would reduce that then.
All right. Clang. Crossbow bolt bounces off your hand.
Get fucked.
Actually, are you wearing a full helm?
Yeah.
So you do echo like a colander. That's great. Okay. And then, yes. Then immediately after that, as those guys are kind of like, they hear clang and they're like, what the fuck? And then just a guy gets a longbow arrow in the heart and just flops over dead. I think that's everybody's declarations that are doing stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so
What the fuck is that noise?
That's me playing with my fidget spinner. I always wondered I always wondered about me if I actually wanted to use a fidget spinner, but I've literally been playing with this thing this entire fucking game.
I'm happy it
It's
works.
Just
something to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Since zero, basically, minions and mooks first. There's. Sorry, I've accidentally. There we go. Sorry, I was slow because I accidentally clicked on secret gaming when I wanted to click on secret tabletop.
It happens.
And Discord had to think about that for a second. So I think in group 2, there's 2 guys left because Inos got 4 twice.
Yes.
So their declared action is they are going to basically run away and rejoin group 3. Group 3, who is down 5 guys, and then goes up 2 guys, is going to shoot crossbows at... Oh, boy. No, they're pirates. They're scared. They're confused. They're going to shoot at Nicola because you just killed one of them with a crossbow. Or
That's
with a
fair.
longbow. So sense 2.
Actually, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the game, but curious. Dallas, where are you shooting from?
I haven't moved since from when I threw the alchemist jar.
No, I thought you moved. I thought you said you moved up default.
Oh,
but
no,
you
I
could have
did
gone
move
around
up.
the
I
corner
do
with
move up.
15 feet.
Yeah,
Like,
I moved up and around the corners.
Does that put him outside the Soul of Night?
Oh, everybody's outside the Soul of Night now
Okay.
Yeah, you moved.
because they're all charging across.
Well, no, remember, I still moved up 15 feet.
Okay.
Actually, no. Yeah, you are 33 feet. So yeah.
Well, the
Mechanically, Soul of Night, I don't think actually accounts for ranged damage. He should
does.
take some penalties for a ranged attack. They're not guaranteed, though.
Well, if even not the supernatural darkness, isn't there penalties for shooting in just darkness anyway?
The game says that it can be.
Okay.
These guys have lanterns, like I said, so they should be like...
Some light. Okay.
Yeah, not... I was going to say backlit, but that's not quite right, because 1, it would be frontlit, and 2, you're standing over the alchemist fire now, so you're not like backlit like that, but yeah. They're not in complete pitch darkness. Now, admittedly, Nicola, you want to be careful about your backstop, because your backstop's the other team.
Yes. I'm going to just draw and fire again.
Okay.
Well, not draw. I'm drew, but I'm going to fire again.
You'll knock another arrow.
Knock and fire.
Yeah.
I am the one who knocks.
Logesh is going to attempt to jog up another 15 feet and hit these guys.
Yeah.
I think he made a run roll last time. Yeah, so... Yeah, he got 4, so yeah, he's well within running and smacking distance. 3.
Just for a quick head count, we just have group 3 now to worry about?
Yes, group 3 has become 7 guys.
And we have Konrad, Logesh, and... Well, we have everyone already piling up on group 3, correct?
Yes.
Alright, then Inos will actually peel away from combat. He is going to rush inside the warehouse.
Okay. Do you care about making it there in the same combat turn as these guys kick the shit out of those pirates?
I am going to run. I do not think I'm going to make any matches, but I will make the attempt.
Okay. That will be a run roll, yes. That's basically what I'm getting at is...
Don't knock it. Oriander made it with 4.
Yeah, I'm only with 3.
Oh.
Logesh just won a whole sword term
I
of only 3.
believe.
Huh?
Logesh won a whole sword term of only 3 dice.
Logan rolled 4 4s on 5 dice, which I'm still just like, what?
He's just built different.
Yay!
I feel like Logesh
Anyway.
has like the fucking.
Anyway,
mandate
can I
hidden
declare for
somewhere.
Oriander?
Yeah.
He will parry the shots coming at me. Because they're shooting
Probably
me.
a good idea.
Bade. And he has parry.
All right.
It's
5s.
It's literally what I built him for.
Everyone else is parrying.
Nope.
No,
didn't mean to do
Abraham's going to keep running up because he can't parry for you. You're fucking 10 feet in front of him.
Okay.
that.
But since 5s, you are now within range that you could run up and hit these guys this turn as well.
I'm doing that.
Yep. Konrad?
We'll just run up.
Live.
You're going to try and hit as well?
Nah.
Okay.
Just gonna make sure I get up to them.
Okay.
Actually, wait a minute. No, I wouldn't be rolling that one. So.
Everybody who is declared, you may roll.
What you do with your spirit is your own business. You didn't pay me for that part.
That's a weird ass roll.
Okay. So,
Jesus.
sorry, because I did step away, am I able to smack some people?
Yeah.
Yes,
you
you were
can
smacking
running up this whole
bitches.
time. You can roll to hit him.
I did the wrong roll.
Did you roll your hitting them pool?
Yeah.
I mean, definitely would be able to, I think. No, or no.
5 7s on a run.
Damn.
3 7s for me.
Honestly, at that point, you could do a fucking lap around these guys.
Just take a victory lap.
You're too slow.
Forgot the poly, my dude.
By the way, the 10
the
pool
space, my
is
dude.
Ori.
Spaces, bud.
Man,
Loth has been killed.
it's late,
It
man.
was just
Is Tendi your parry?
That's Ori and there's Perry.
That's good, because otherwise you're going to get shot in the foot.
it was just the
The one
was
place
it
you're
the
not
flat-
protected.
Flat
I got-
delivery from Lucky for both of those.
As per Master Stroke, I have 3 5.
Okay.
I got 2 2s
Thought you had
for
to.
my.
Never mind.
I have to be successful.
Yeah, I thought you had to run up to them though.
No. I said earlier when Axe asked, you should be within walking distance. That's why I asked if you wanted to hit them.
Oh.
I thought you do that.
Oh well.
Because you guys have been jogging like 25 feet for like 3 rounds.
You want to roll a hit?
I mean, technically, he did do that accidentally.
I rolled what I rolled. I thought Group 3 was a lot further away than I guess it was. So
You guys moved like 70 feet so far.
Yeah, I'm going to say 3 was close enough that the last 2 guys in 2 could join up to them within this round. So they were not that far away. Like I said, you guys have been, like you said, you guys have been making run rolls for like, this is like turn 4, I think?
Turn 3.
Turn 3?
Yeah, this should be
But like 15 feet plus usually the 10 to 15 that you get, you're like minimum.
my
like-
run
Conrad moved like
was in
30
place
feet
of-
to go around the corner and then 25 feet. So you've moved like 65 feet on your own and you get 15 feet of free movement.
okay, I will just use my attack roll then that I made.
That was the correct pool.
I guess I really thought I was not moving it that fast. I thought the run roll was a replacement of the 15-foot. I don't know.
No, the way to clarify, the way the run works is you move 15 feet no matter what. Your run adds an additional 5 feet for every width you get.
Okay.
So if you successfully run, you're moving like 25 feet. Technically, you guys can also charge maneuver as well for stuff, but
Charge and stuff.
we've never done that, and I don't remember what that does. I think you get bonus damage. Anyway,
Get 2
I think the way this is going to work is there's like, what, 3, 4 hits on them?
Yeah.
So there is a risk of them shooting, but Leslok, you are at a heightened speed, so that should shave off some of their width. Probably a couple of their group of crossbow shots does go down range to where Nicola is, but Oriadnir just bats them out of the air with his shield. Clang, clang. And then one of them gets stabbed, another one of them gets stabbed, one of them gets bardished, and one of them gets shot.
Are they down to 3 now?
Yes.
Oof.
So they will be eliminated this turn, assuming you guys can actually land your blows. Honestly, there's 3 guys left. How long have you been going?
Over 4 hours.
Over 4 hours.
We're not bad.
Because I would tell you right now, in the declare order, this guy's plan would probably be to rotate 180 degrees and run back, which means they're going to run into a wall of all your friends.
Oh,
Who, like I
They're
said,
dead.
there's like 6 or 7 of those guys. So they eliminated their group of 10 guys, like a round ago.
Do we just declare narrative surrender and move to the next scene?
I mean, they're not surrendering, no.
Okay.
they'll die.
Narrative death.
Fair.
But yeah, if you guys want to catch them, they don't have anywhere to go.
Sounds good.
Inos, you do not successfully sprint into the warehouse the same round, but you do run into the warehouse.
Yes.
As we're leaving combat, your Soul of Night is probably running out of juice.
Probably, yeah.
You did run it for 10 minutes.
But is there...
Well, yeah. What do you ran into the warehouse first, basically, Inos. So what are you doing? Because I know what the people in there are doing, but you'd have first crack before they react.
Are there any pirates in the warehouse at the moment?
Nope. You got all 40 of them.
Okay, cool. Inos is gonna run over to the prisoner and start speaking. Basically identify himself in Crownish. I'm part of Marquess Logi's forces. We're here to combat piracy, and we have came upon your plight. Come, we are here to rescue you.
It's the chopper.
Yeah.
So, well, actually, no. Roll Fascinate first. Let's see how believable you are in the middle of the night.
You're good at
People
that.
might be a little weird, but
Double
probably
check my fast-
be pretty believable. You're Enos.
Let me double check. Pretty sure my fascinate. It's not. What is my fascinate actually?
Don't worry, we're here to save you, as Konrad says from behind a Borg mask.
Blood all over his sword.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's
Oh, no, it is-
not a lot of
Jesus.
guys, but you did kill at least 2 pirates.
That's why I didn't cast Terrify on the 3rd time. It's like I should probably let some people hit some shit.
Like I said, the thing we learned from... I know we say this every time, but the thing we learned from this combat is ranged options are cool. Running down corridors at enemies is not cool.
I should just shop, but I just didn't want to packed it.
Okay.
Well, it's okay. Honestly, all things considered, you were more stealthy this way. Jeez, that's a lot of 2s.
I'm gonna take those 2s and upgrade them to 10s.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you get beauty on this?
Yeah. I ain't hiding my
That's
face. So three 10s.
So basically, the 10 guys, the 10 randos I called out before, immediately they understand what the fuck you just said to them. They're like, "Oh, House Logi forces." Some of them probably don't even know where the fuck they are, but they're like, "Okay, legitimate government, a high house, holy shit." So they all crowd towards the rope. The Veil folk kind of understand what you mean by that.
Mm-hmm.
They get that you are from a different province and do understand, pirates.
Mm-hmm.
But some of that other technical stuff is seems to elude them. They do not crowd towards like I said, the barricades. They're gonna rush over and start hopping onto the tables and just start grabbing their shit.
Fine by me.
Okay,
Sure.
it's freedom. Oh, it's an opening. Let's leave.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like,
No. What are you waiting for?
they
Get out.
understand, here to rescue.
That's like, Inos will, direct him towards the entrance, and time is limited. Inos is gonna try maybe a few languages with the Veil folk.
Runic might work.
Well, yes, I was gonna try, but Crown, Runic, Deep Speak. Actually, that's probably all the.
They
ones.
understand Crownish. Maybe a little accented. If you switch to Runic and basically repeat your message, they're kind of surprised by that, but they seem to understand that just as well.
Okay.
If you had to guess, these people are basically bilingual.
Okay.
This may be interesting to you, Enos, for your future thoughts and plans. When you speak deep speak to these people, most of them are just confused. They don't recognize that language at all.
Okay.
A couple of them kind of look at you aside. You think that they understand that that's the Iron Demon native language,
Mhm.
you have horns, so
It's not weird.
pretty easy to figure out what the fuck your deal is, even if it's dark.
Yeah.
But they don't really get any meaning by it.
Okay. All right.
So I do have one thing to say to Inos with this crew, like I said, because they're gonna rush and get their stuff, and you're gonna receive the like I said, 10 or so prisoners. I assume you want to just tip over the barricade, cut
Yeah, no, just
the cord or whatever to let them out.
yeah, no, freedom. Be free.
Yeah.
Let my people go.
So I have something for that real quick. But I do want to double check. Outside crew, you've cleaned up the pirates. You've all rejoined. No, we're probably wrapping up the session before too long. But I do want to say, roll hearing. I guess, first. And then also generally, what are you guys doing?
Konrad had the intention of going in and starting to undo the pens of the goats so that the locals could take them with them.
It's very easy. Yeah, you've got a damascene blade. The goats are penned in by, ropes and cord.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think the code's completely nonplussed. It's like, I've seen cooler.
3 threes.
I was thinking just go.
The goat's probably a little skittish because they can smell fire. That's about it. Okay.
If I were you guys, I would be reconvening with the NPCs and getting set up in your party so you can start rushing.
Yep, that's what I was going to be doing.
I probably should, but I wanted to go in and
We don't have
see how it
time for you
fair.
to play a person. I am getting these people
Yeah,
and we're
don't-
going.
All right.
Well, I'm saying, I mean, I am asking, what are you doing? You're listening out. What is your moment right now? Inos is in the warehouse. He went there first.
I am literally running over to the NPCs.
Yeah.
I'll just go
You're gonna drop
inside, or will they
everything.
go around?
Sorry, what was that?
Would the NPC would our others go inside, or would they go around?
No, they're not gonna go inside. They're on the other side. They're gonna cross to you.
We need
All
to
right,
go
I'll
that
go
way
to
to
that.
the harbor.
No, you
the
do not.
docks.
The
other
NPCs
way.
are you set them around. You need to go behind you.
Yeah, but go all the way around.
So we wait for the NPCs and then we'll get going.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
We have to break
let's
into
wait.
the teams.
Yeah, let's wait.
Also, I want to say this, guys. I don't know why you're rushing, because the session is not going to get through another fight with a giant pirate lord tonight.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm rushing in character.
Yes. Okay.
Nicola is rushing because, fucking
Yeah.
hell.
The group runs to you. Okay, so nobody wants to look or see anything, and now that I've chided you, you cannot roll.
Yeah.
Nope.
Fuck me.
I mean, I rolled for hearing.
Yeah.
I can't
I
see
did do a
anything
general
anyway.
hearing roll. Those guys didn't
Yeah.
even bother, but
Oh, okay, general hearing, my bad.
um,
Should I not roll it now?
No.
it sounds like you're not listening.
Yep, okay. Yep, no, good enough.
Take that as many ways as you like. Those of you who do pass the hear roll, you hear what would it be? Yes, that's fair. They're probably still too far to be articulated. You do hear a couple of not cries of alarm, but cries of question, I guess, on the distant air. Like from the Citadel, and even from the boat docks, you might hear some hey, boy, hey, huh? Hey, you see what's going on down there? Oh, you see what's going on? They're the pirates are confused because there was a little bit of firelight, and it does naturally start to die down because it's only a couple rounds worth of burning. So there's some weird lights. There were some blood curdling screams, but nobody emerged from there. It's still dark over there. So nobody seems to know exactly what's going on. Sorry, I'm thinking about NPC stuff.
Konrad would be now at this point switching to shield and rapier.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, your GM's thinking.
Oriadne is switching to shield and sword.
I should probably stay shield, though I could just go fucking 2 pistols.
Only if you twirl them
Do whatever you
constantly.
fucking want to do.
I got enough firearms to fucking twirl them.
And that's something I'll worry about next week when you guys actually get to the boat. In this case, do I want to? I don't even know if I want to say anything. No, we'll move on and wrap it up with this bit. Inos. That's not right at all. Like I said, the shepherds and the like are, as you're kind of like quickly running through a couple languages, they scramble over, start grabbing their shit.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of them like just grab like shepherd crooks and like jog out past you, go around the corner, like, oh, me goats.
Mm-hmm.
But where the fuck is there's that one. One of them, not really jog, but kind of like walks briskly over to you, Inos.
Mm-hmm.
She looks like she's in her mid to late teens. Kind of auburn hair pulled back in a braid. Got a couple of like, runic marks you think like painted on her like cheek,
Mm-hmm.
not tattooed on.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of, looks you up and down and says, Logi house?
Enos kind of blinks at this, but goes, yes, House of
From
Marquess.
the south.
Oh, Enos goes, oh, yes, right. Yes, we have come through the Shadow Pass. We heard there was pirates in the airs, and we came to deal with them. It's like,
When you say the Shadow Pass, she kind of like blinks slow, not like not recognizing, but more being like, okay,
You
we
fucking
definitely
what,
wrote
mate?
that off our maps. Or folk tales, and she just kind of like slow blinks, like, and she's like, how would she would like hold up a gesture like she's listening, and she's like, but do you hear the drum call?
that is not
Yeah,
the drum
that's-
call.
That was unfortunate timing.
It's like, yes, I heard the drums. I don't know what they mean though.
I heard the war cry.
She's like, it's the van. The vanguard of the Hidden Valley. They're coming to rescue us.
Oh. Okay.
She kind of looks you up and down. How would you, it should be like, how are you planning on leaving?
It's like, we're planning on burning one of the boats and stealing the other one.
That should be fine.
I get the impression that we should not be here when your vanguard gets here.
She kind of smiles wryly and is like, well, you're not dressed like pirates.
But I'm not dressed like you either, am I? Very well.
She kind of like clasps you like in the upper arm real quick, and she says, if I see the van, I'll let them know that you helped us. And if you're in trouble, ask her my sister, Fiona McIntosh.
Oh, Macintosh. That's all like,
God, there's a whole culture here.
yeah. It's like, Enos will, take that one night and silence. It's all like, we'll do. But I do
right, I'll
believe
see
that
if
time
I'm
is of the
very
essence at the moment. Before the longer we stay here, the longer complications. I am Master Inos of House Logi. All these other people are affiliated with the House Logi. I do not believe this will be our last meeting, but it is goodbye for now.
She kind of nods solemnly and says, and I say this specifically because this may be something that perks Enos's, because as you kind of like break away from her, she like grabbed your upper arm. She says, "Stone and sky protect you." Several of the people who are standing near her just kind of mutter, under their breath, "Stone and sky."
Well, Enos is not
and
one
I think
to...
that's where we're gonna call the session.
Yeah.
Because you guys are gonna start sprinting dead ass for the boat. And what you hear from like over the walls, rushing into the city streets, possibly taking a crack at that citadel, is horns, but the horns of ivory tusks being blown.
We got fucking Keltman. We got fucking like picks and shit here.
Probably a couple of ululating cries. We'll see if you guys run into any of the van. The free folk of the Hidden Valley.
I bet they're woed as fuck.
I am so interested, but that's not right now.
No, it is time to flee.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. I know Lucky, you wrote some Doratus notes before we started.
Yeah.
Anybody else get any in there?
I think I wrote some. I can't remember.
We can check the
I've
dates. If
had
you did, you get an extra point.
I've had nothing to write about anyone, so
It's because you guys have until just now haven't met any new character.
Actually, let me double check.
I
think
didn't ask
wrote
this
something
character's
about
name, this girl's name, because guess what? Time wasn't of the essence, and I didn't really feel like making pleasantries. Ugh.
she gave it to you.
No, she gave the name
No,
of
her sister is Fiona.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll type it because I want to put her in the Dramatis to keep track of. Her name is so Gaelic pronunciations. You pronounce this Neve.
Neve McIntosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say Lady McIntosh, as sister and stuff. But it's like maybe they're not sharing names.
Neve isn't the daughter of Oberon. On some occasion.
Yeah.
I mean,
Neve.
it has multiple meanings.
Yeah.
You got a Master Die in Crownish. I can just tell you cool linguistic facts.
I do. We
Um,
all do.
I know, but it would be if Enos recognizes something. But Mac is a patronymic normally, means son or descendant of. In this case, Intosh does mean basically Macintosh basically means son of a clan head.
Oh.
So you don't know if that's literal or just how human surnames normally be. But yeah, that's the so everybody gets 2. If you wrote in your journals, basically you get a third.
I completed my mission. I investigated the town of Sartis.
I'll probably get mine at the end next.
I'm gonna call it a dramatic turn.
I don't think I wrote a note down.
Yeah, no, I do. You guys don't understand that technically you guys did make some stuff a little more complicated for yourself, but you did by your own volition just go, fuck it, we ball into the tiger's jaws. You guys should take the extra XP point.
I'll take it.
Okay. I'll take it.
Yep.
Because basically I want to say, since it's in the past, there's no way to go back now, but you guys basically have like all night to execute your night raid. You guys could have paused, planned, readjusted. The thing I said about assumptions is you didn't know what kind of boat those other guys are sending. This is the thing I had to take a second to think about myself. They were rowing a launch to go get on the Foxhound and talk about stuff. That's probably not happening anymore. So you guys technically missed an opportunity to maybe like oversee or oversee some stuff. Like when you heard the bugle call, then when I asked about it, you could have been like, I look at the ocean. Is there anything I can see? No, we moved on.
I really thought there were buildings between us there. So.
No, Axe, there has
There's
never
no
been buildings
buildings.
between us.
Ruins.
This town is in ruins.
It's flat.
It's
Okay,
how
I
you're
thought
able
there
to
was actually like.
No,
Sorry, I thought there was like verticality, even like the
No.
fucking ruins.
never. That's why the church and the warehouse is stuck out, because they're the only standing buildings along with the citadel.
Yeah, everything is just piles of rubble.
I just think of fucking like Yarnum ruins where there's fucking verticality, even if it's just fucking nothing but rubble.
And that's your
You
assumption.
think it too hard. You're not visualizing what I'm putting down.
Once again, it's been uninhabited for 800 years.
500.
The wood would
500.
rot. 500.
Yeah, I know. Like,
Still, the wood would
Wood
rot.
also does rot at 500.
like honestly, this might be a little bit on me because I was pushing for you guys to make a decision.
I guess
Well,
we could have
Inos
waited
was-
and then a
and
skirmish
you
would
were-
have happened.
Front of the line.
Yeah, but like,
I mean,
it's
you
one
could
of
have delayed the skirmish. And
Yeah.
No,
if you
I
had
meant
done
the
that,
skirmish for the other people, not us.
Well, yeah. If you guys hadn't started those guys screaming bloody murder, the Vanguard probably would have crept a lot closer to the warehouse, which has its own complications. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, so I'll take a little mea culpa on that. I was definitely pushing people, but there's definitely moments in here where Omega says, "Hey, a thing is happening," and you guys just don't do anything.
I don't know what to do.
look at it, smell it, taste it,
Get
hide from
information.
it, anything.
I thought we only could
Like,
hear
just-
it. And that's why I like.
If you hear something,
Well-
you can look over in that direction and see if you see something.
And that's why like I paused for you to ask for like Game Master, what's that thing? And if you can't see anymore, I'd be like, well, you can't really see it from here. You'd have to. It was like talking about like Inos getting like geometry for his Terrify.
Okay,
it's
then
like, well,
I would like to
all the
say-
thinking we had
gotta
like
reposition
there was like I thought we had
I would-
covered this bullshit.
I would like to say I didn't look over to see because I wouldn't have made it. Because I can't see shit.
Yeah, unfortunately, like Enos has scrutiny, he doesn't have sight, so unfortunately he wasn't like I wasn't
got
necessarily interested in making a roll that I was probably gonna fail.
I'm incapable of knowing every action I have available to me because I'm stupid. I just fucking.
You're not stupid. You're
not
just
stupid.
hyper focused.
I'm not even hyper focused. I just don't actually know.
Well, before Axe yells anymore, we should probably end the recording. So good night, everybody.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Please like, comment, and subscribe.
Have a good night, everyone.
Okay, I stopped the recording. No, you're not stupid. You're just it's